Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Clovis City Council meeting. Nice to see you all here tonight. Call this meeting to order, and we'll ask Councilmember Pierce to lead us in the flag salute. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Baskel.
Here.
Councilmember Bessinger.
Here.
Councilmember Monutoa.
Here.
Councilmember Pierce.
Here.
And Mayor Ashbeck.
I'm here. Next up is public comments. This is a time for anyone in the chambers or online that has a comment for this council on an item that is within our jurisdiction but not on the agenda. Is there anyone in that category? Anybody online?
No.
Nobody else? Okay. Just for the record, we do have a stack of public comments. We have a couple on, or at least one on support of the chicken vote last week to not allow chickens in the city limits. Some building questions on Oxford and 4th Street. That's the one in Old Town Clovis from Vanessa Rodriguez. The chicken one was from Mrs. June Bain. Then there's one from Zoe McComb on the fee increase impact on the sales price of her Granville home potentially. And then there's an item for Agenda 10. So I think that's it. For
Mayor, if I may, it looks like Zoe is online and she actually wants to speak.
Excellent. Please welcome Zoe.
Zoe, go ahead and speak.
Okay, hi. Yeah, so I went into Granville and they gave me like the price sheet, I guess, and at the bottom it like said that on top, like included in the price would be like a 50,000 and change like fee that Granville pays to like the city of Clovis. And the agent that I was speaking with was like, you're probably gonna want to like buy fast because they're gonna increase these fees by like $10,000 pretty soon. And so I just wanted to talk about that and see like if that sort of like if that needs to be raised, what's it for, that kind of thing.
Zoe, I'm having a really hard time. You're sort of muffled in the chambers. Can everyone else hear her but me? Did you get all of that? I know you're calling about the fees and the impact on the price of the home, the Granville homes. Did I get that part? That's what your letter says, yeah?
Yes, it's about the impact fees raising, yeah.
Okay. That item actually is on our agenda a little bit later tonight, but your personal experiences with that in your own home search are important. Anything else you want to add to your concerns about that? I assume you're not calling because you think it's a great idea to have the home price go up $10,000?
No.
I'm very smart. I figured that right out. Anything else you would add to that?
No, that's all.
Okay. Well, thank you. Sorry the audio is not a little bit better, but we do have your note and your attachment that you gave us. So thank you for weighing in on the topic tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Zoe. All right. Anyone else join? Anyone in the audience? Last call. All right. Hold on. Lost my way here. I think I know this by heart. Next is ordinances and resolutions with respect to the approval. The reading of the title shall be deemed a motion to waive a reading of the complete resolution or ordinance. And unless there is a request by a council member that the resolution or ordinance be read in full, further reading shall be deemed waived by unanimous consent of the council. Next item is consent calendar. These items are routine in nature. We act on them with one vote unless a council member or someone in the public requests to hear an item separately. Anyone in the council wishing to hear items 1 through 6 separately?
I don't want to hear separately, but I do want to mention for the public record, the city on number 1, how they are increasing the amount of funds for our most needy in the community up to $8,000. So I just wanted to note that. I didn't want to bring it aside, but I wanted to note that on the record.
Thanks, Vaughn. Other council members, any items? Anyone in the audience wishing to comment on any of the consent calendar items right now? All right, bring it back to the council.
Motion to approve consent calendar items 1 through 6.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Under public hearings tonight, a few items. The first is considering approval of a resolution to adopt the City of Clovis 2023-24 Annual Action Plan for the expenditure of Community Development Block Grant Funds. Claudia Cazares is our management analyst and is going to present the report tonight.
Hi, good evening. I'm Claudia Cazares. I'm the management analyst for the Affordable Housing Programs. And today, before you for your review and approval is the City of Clovis's annual action plan for the following year, 2023-2024. The annual action plan constitutes our application for CDBG funds to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. It is our annual allocation, which unfortunately has been decreasing on an annual basis. But the program today will, in effect, be our application to HUD for the Community Development Block Grant use of the funds. And what is eligible to be applied for through the CDBG program? It's very simple. There's 3 basic needs, and the City of Clovis actually uses only the first need, to the benefit to low and moderate income people. So all activities that are funded under the Community Development Block Grant Program either have to benefit low to moderate income people, either directly as we qualify a person's household or through an area benefit activity through the census tract, or it has to eliminate slum or blight, or it has to meet an urgent need, which is usually when there's a community-wide emergency act of an emergency. And to qualify as a benefit to a low moderate income person, like I mentioned, you either have to qualify, income qualify directly, the household being assisted, and that kind of matches our housing rehabilitation program. As families apply to the program, I, as your administrator, will income qualify the family through various documents that they submit. They could also serve a limited clientele population, and so sometimes we'll fund projects that serve seniors, and seniors are qualified as a limited clientele population to be of low and moderate income. We also can qualify projects if they service a census tract that has more than 50% low mod persons, and that's how most of our alley projects, sidewalk projects, ADA projects get approved, is through they are located in a census tract that's low and moderate income. And though you can't see that well because we have an outline census tract that's low and moderate income, our community improvement projects, our public works projects, take place in the areas that are highlighted in blue, which are the low and moderate income census tracts in the City of Clovis. And so projects that are put forth through our engineering division have to be located and benefit persons living within the census tracts that are highlighted in blue. At the top street is Herndon, so we actually, our most northernmost census tract goes all the way up to Herndon, and the census tract that is most easterly is on Leonard and Gettysburg.
Claudia, can you just talk about that for a moment?
Yes, I can.
With all the growth in the Loma Vista area, it's a little surprising to see that in this area. Can you talk about that?
It is based on census information, and so that just means that at least 51%, and I think that one's right at 51% of the households in the area are low or moderate income. And so it's not just 80% of the AMI, it actually goes up to, the low and moderate goes up to about 100% of the area median income.
Okay, thanks. Makes sense.
And to discuss just briefly some of the eligible activities, which you'll see as part of our staff proposal moving forward, is of course infrastructure, so sidewalks, sewer, water, public facilities, same thing, parks. Public services is also eligible. We've done that in the past. Street improvements, of course, removal of architectural barriers or ADA improvements, which we've funded in the past through removal of sidewalks that aren't ADA, and as well as putting in improvements that make it easier for our elderly and our disabled residents to get around in the city. Housing rehabilitation, which we will discuss as well. Economic development and microenterprise or job creation. Parks and recreation, and you could actually fund parks systems and jungle gyms and anything that has to do with the parks and recreation system. And then also, we could also fund court enforcement, and so we funded court enforcement officers in the past. And just to walk you briefly through some of the steps we took over the last several months to get to today, the city's action plan takes us through several steps before we get to our city public hearing today. We review our past performance around December, January of each year to see which of our projects are advancing, which ones may need some help, which ones we should continue funding. We start our citizen participation process through stakeholder engagement meetings. The staff holds a public input meeting in January where we invite the public to provide us their feedback on what they think has worked in the past with the use of CDBG funds, what they think we should be doing differently. It also serves as a workshop for our application process. If there's anybody in the public that wants to apply for the use of CDBG funds, we provide them instructions on how to fill it out. It's actually a really simple form that I try to make as simple as possible. That's in January. We have a second stakeholder engagement meeting in March, which takes us through the process of staff through the city manager's office, developing our funding programming for the following year and setting up today's public hearing and receiving public comment as well. The next slide is going to be just a little bit trickier to see, and I'm sorry, but it has all of our priorities that were developed for this program at the 5-year mark. So every 5 years, the city goes through a consolidated planning process, which really just means looking forward 5 years, what are going to be our priorities for our annual use of CDBG funds. Our highest priority items are on the left-hand column, and I'll mark them. I'll repeat them for your information. It's job creation or retention, sidewalk improvements, street and alley improvements, services for the homeless, code enforcement, affordable housing, housing rehabilitation, jobs for youth, food pantry programs, programs for foster children, programs for youth counseling resource centers, programs for first-time homebuyers, youth centers, and community centers. And the programs and activities that we have funded over the last years all fall within the high priority column. And so my favorite part of the presentation is showing you some of the projects that we've done over the last year. Our housing rehabilitation program is mostly geared towards seniors, but it's not limited to our seniors. But we have found that most of our housing grant program, which thankfully you just approved for an additional $2,000, and it goes up to $8,000 now, is used by some of our most low-income homeowners, and they, for the most part, are in our mobile home parks, which is why you see some of our mobile home parks are actually really well kept, because our seniors are very knowledgeable of this program, and we'll use the program as much as possible. So this project is, this mobile home for some reason actually had windows all over, and we were able to replace most of the windows. They were broken, they couldn't use them, they were causing mold on the inside, which is mostly what happens with our mobile homes and our seniors is the windows are older, and so it causes a lot of moisture and building up of mold on the inside. And additionally, if they're not able to be used in an emergency, they're also not able to be open for them to leave the building. So that's one of the uses of our CDBG funds through the housing rehabilitation program. And here's just another version of a different house that also had to have the windows replaced. Even though those looked rather new, they weren't operable, and those were also causing moisture buildup in the inside with mold. And so for this senior household, we also replaced the windows. And another very typical use of the CDBG funds in our mobile homes is to replace the decking and the entrance to the mobile homes. On the left-hand side, you can see with the before pictures where just the usage and the age of the steps have made it to where it's very unstable and an unhealthy entrance for our senior in this house. And so we were able to replace the steps and make them durable for the for the owner to be able to use for a longer term. We also replaced the decking because it was buckling, and we replaced it with a newer decking on the patio side so that it wasn't a tripping hazard for the owner. And this one was one of my favorites because the applicant had been tagged by the state inspector. And so she came in July 1st, as soon as she knew funds were available last year to apply. And when our inspectors go out there and our construction guys who work in the private sector actually go out there and do the construction work, the homeowners are so thankful that the city has this program for them. And sure enough, the inspector has gone back out by now and cleared them of their code violation through the state's code inspection program. And on this mobile home, we did some painting, and we did something rather unique. I don't know if you can tell, but on the left-hand side, the stove does not have an exhaust fan. You really can't really tell, but it's not there. So we do something as simple as installing an exhaust fan for the owner. They had a hood that they just hadn't had a chance to install because they don't have the money for it, and our inspector, construction management people asked to include that as part of our scope and is eligible. And we installed their exhaust fan on their kitchen and installed the hood that they had been keeping for years now and just hadn't been able to install. On our next project is a sample of one of our alley projects. Also near and dear to my heart because it's going to a school. It's right near Sierra Vista Elementary School. It's an alley between Dennis and Mitchell, just west of Harvard. Just recently has been completed this multi-phase project, multi-year project that has been in the works for a couple of years now. And thankfully, our engineering division through the CIP programs has been able to get this project going and finished rather quickly. And now it's been completed, and so now our students don't have to be walking through the mud on their way to school, and we have a better surface for not just the students, but bikes and cars to be able to travel through. And I actually believe we did like 6 or 7 alleys in this one project in this neighborhood, all at the same time. So this year, our CDBG allocation, it's based on our CDBG allocation that we receive is based on a formula that uses HUD's programming formula. So it'll be based on population and income and households in the area, and for some reason our allocation keeps going down. And I mean, there is a reason. I'm sure money's being used elsewhere and not this program. Last year our CDBG allocation went down about 4.5%. This year it went down 6.6%. So the same needs here in the city, the needs don't go away, and the money just keeps getting at a much smaller amount. So this year, starting July 1st, we'll have $652,542. We have some savings from the previous year of projects that had realized some savings, and so that put together will give us $720,377 for the use for CDBG eligible projects. Staff is proposing to fund the housing rehabilitation grant at our new $8,000 per project for $197,000 and $197,881. Our micro enterprise community kitchen, which I didn't touch on, but I will, especially for our newer council members. The city, through the CDBG program, has funded in the past storage, facilitating storage for new business owners in the culinary kitchen we have. And we've just found that just by doing that, even that small amount of a gesture to our starting new business owners, it has helped them grow their business because that's one expense less that they have to worry about. It typically helps about 10 to 20 new business owners, And throughout the year, you will see them come in and present to you. I think it's always the nicest thing for them to be able to show you what they're able to produce, and in part thanks through the CDBG funding. And so,
And they always bring food.
and they always bring food. And so we're funding that at $50,000. Our CIP project for the year is actually 2 projects in the Brookfield coal area for $341,987, and admin for $130,000, which is the maximum allowed for the admin. We do have a backup project if any of these falls through, which is also an alley reconstruction project on San Jose and Beverly for $265,000, and that will constitute our application to HUD for the use of CDBG funds for the next year. I wanted just to show you briefly the alleys we're doing in the Brookfield neighborhood. The green alley on the left-hand side of the map, it was funded last year. It's still under design, so it should hopefully get underway pretty soon. And then the 2 yellow marks are the alleys that are being proposed as part of this year's funding. So with that, I end my presentation, and I will flip back to the funding slide just in case you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Claudia. Drew?
Not really a question, more of a comment. The alley projects are a great thing for the neighborhoods because unfortunately, when I work patrol, I'd see areas that they look for, the alley was in bad shape, and what happens is that people will drive down the street and go, this is a good place for me to dump the sofa that I'm trying to get rid of. And then the next person comes and dumps a bunch of other stuff, and then the graffiti goes up, and then the people there start worrying about gang activity. So these alley projects over the years, I've seen a lot of good rehab, and it's great for the neighborhoods, and I'm glad to see Brookside getting some attention because they've struggled for a while. Thank you.
Thanks, Drew. Juan?
Excellent report, Claudia. I had a question on, I guess, page 33 of the report with regards to the permanent local housing allocation program funds. I saw that we got $625,000. Any plans for that that's coming up, or are we still sort of in the preliminary initial planning stages of where to use those?
No, the city actually staff came to the city council, I think early last year or the year before, for setting aside that allocation for an affordable housing project. We're working with a local nonprofit to hopefully get them through the end of the road to get their state funding and other federal funding they could obtain so that they could start construction. It's gotten to where we're a little bit less close than we'd like to be with them, just because the city of Clovis and the Central Valley as a whole isn't prioritized in Sacramento for the tax credits and all of that extra financing that has to go into affordable housing development. And so unfortunately, they are lower priority than other regions in the state of California to receive those funds.
It's the state then that's slow right now. How many units was that project again? Do you kind of remember rough? Within 100?
Don't know off the top of my head.
I believe it was 56.
56? Okay, thank you. And then my other question is with regards to, I guess I reread the wording of our goals, and I'm assuming with regards to the 5-year goals and allocations, this is back on page 69, but I don't know what page of the report, the second page of the report. The first goal is public facility improvements. And as I read it, I'm assuming it's a lot of the alley falls into this category, but it reads CDBG funds, it's $1.5 million for the 5 years for acquisition, construction, reconstruction, rehab, and installation of water system improvements, sewer system improvements. So it sounds more like, and it's down there, it also said solid waste facilities, so it sounds like it's those big projects and not really the projects that are in the CDBG area. So, but I'm assuming a lot of it already just goes to the alley improvements and it falls in this category, because when it's in your plan book, it doesn't have this heading anymore. And so that's why I was kind of confused with this 1.5 million.
The general one that includes all of the different activities is a placeholder for all of the public infrastructure, public works type projects that was decided at the 5-year mark. That would be a priority for the city of Clovis. And so it does include the alleys, but it will also include like the sewer and the water and the streets and anything that has to do with public infrastructure in general.
In those areas?
Yeah, in the low and moderate.
Specifically in those areas? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Diane?
Yeah, I just wanted to say first, thank you for a great presentation and just echo a little bit of what others have said of how valuable these programs are. I mean, obviously the alleyway reconstruction, the housing rehabilitation programs. So thank you so much for what you do in helping our community access those funds. Sort of a financing question, I suppose, but being that these are government funds for the CDBG allocations, is there any opportunity for any kind of like public matching, or I'm sorry, private matching funds or anything like that? I mean, if we had someone who was just really interested in the alleyway projects, is there a way for them to kind of partner with some of these things, or are there too many regulations and restrictions on the funds?
Having put matching private financing with CDBG funds would trigger a myriad of federal regulations that I would be almost certain the private sector would like to stay away from, but there's nothing prohibiting us from doing that.
So we could kind of partner with them per se, but not really loop them into a specific CDBG funded project.
We would not.
Right.
We would stay away from that.
But if someone had an interest in participating in some of these things, we'd figure out a way to take advantage of that.
Yes.
Thanks. Matt?
Yeah, just a quick question on the CDBG monies. You said that there was a 6.5% decrease this year and a 4% last year. Do we know why those numbers are decreasing? And is it decreasing, you know, statewide, or is it just the city of Clovis and we have to figure out how to get back those funds?
That's a good question, and I'll defer to Andy.
Okay, so the way CDBG allocations work, it's done at a federal level. The federal government has not increased the CDBG budget line for many years, which has been surprising in the most recent administration. Those monies are then divided via a formula amongst all the cities in the country. And every year, new cities become eligible for those funds, so it reduces the amount that all the other cities get because the pie gets split up a little bit more. So unless Congress kind of keeps up with inflation per se, we start seeing those, in population growth, we start seeing our share drop. So we haven't seen a significant increase in CDBG in 15 years.
Okay, thank you.
And also to add is, we've seen a lot recently in the last couple of years where HUD has targeted specific programs where they had it before. They're running specific programs out of their own offices for the homeless or for first-time home buyers or for different Veterans Administration. I mean, there's a myriad of programs that they have started themselves, and so that also takes away from their from the allocation.
Thank you.
Drew?
Just real quickly, I'd like to throw some praise to our code enforcement team. You guys do a really good job, very responsive, and in the areas that we're focusing code enforcement, I'm happy to know that a lot of times we get compliance from folks because they know it's the right thing to do and we don't have to put the hammer down on them. But occasionally it happens. We have something coming up later in the agenda on that. But good work by the code enforcement team.
I think the only comment I would make, and I don't know how to knit this together exactly, but as we get ready to do our general plan and we look at our community, and I really hope there'll be a health element in our general plan, I think we cannot overlook, you talked about windows and mold, the health impact on those people in that house. They're going to the ER less frequently. They are going to work more often. They are not going to the doctor. So I think we can't underestimate the city's role in health of our individuals. So I love the pictures and all of that, but I would love to be able to also report the impacts on people's health, because people are better because they don't have mold. Like, it's not complicated. So I just want to salute the work beyond the windows and the kind of human element. I know you know that and you see those folks, but I just think to say it publicly is really important. And as we as a city sort of imagine what it will be like in the future, that community health element is, I think, really important. And I really never thought about housing rehab until you talked about mold tonight, but it's a huge element of that. So anyway, well done on that, and the difference we make is big on the system at large, so thank you. Yeah, thanks. All right, if there isn't any other council comments, open the public portion. Anybody wanting to comment on any of this item, please? Yes, please, and you push the button and the light will come on, and if you would tell us your name and address, that would be great. Good job,
Okay.
thanks. Whoops, there you go.
Is it on?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Paul Williams, and I live in Northeast Clovis, 1155 North Whittier Avenue. And I just wanted to, it was like studying for a final, because I just got this from Claudia today, and I was trying to study it. I had compliments on what's happening. I'd say I'm well pleased with what the city of Clovis has proposed to do with this block grant. I like to specifically how the programs help the seniors repair their homes and the low E windows, the weather stripping, replacing doors, repairing electrical and other energy conserving corrective measures. Because I think we could all say and agree that over the next 5 years, you know, every dime that we can save is going to help. And so I think that once, you know, people meet the qualifications, that they can, I was going to say 6,000, and I just heard it up to 8,000. I love that. The various repairs. But the thing that a lot of people don't know, and I always tell people that I run into, that it's not just for seniors, that it's for our residents. So I try to keep that word out. Another thing I'd like to commend is that I really love the AP 65, the homeless and the other special needs activities as a service-connected disabled veteran. I think that's really, really important, and how they're using the Fresno Madera continuum of care to tackle the homelessness. I'd like to commend, I have personally, just driving down the freeway, seen Clovis PD approaching and talking to the homeless at the overpasses and underpasses, and on the side of the freeway, up on the top of the hill, especially 168, to get those people the help, to get them off the street. And I'd like to say that I think we're doing things right in helping the homeless. Unfortunately, there'll probably be much more homelessness out there. But I think Clovis is doing a lot in the right direction so that they don't make that a lifestyle. Through the use of the butterfly gardens and the facility to help as part of Fresno Madera organizations that they use. I'd like to also say that I'm very happy with the maintenance of our bike trail system, and although that might not seem important, many years ago, I had my house on the market and I was headed to Texas. Mm-hmm. And through more research over the next 6 months, I did not want to leave the trail system here. You know, they got faucets for your dog. They got cameras in the underpass. They got, it was just something that I was going to have to give up, and I just did not want to give that up. So I decided to stay. And I'd like to say that I just think that they're doing everything right with the way they're using the monies. I have no complaints. And at a later date, I have some ideas that I'd like to submit to the council that might be conducive to having to do with the street sweepers, but it can help. It might help collect back some of those CDBG funds without raising taxes. But I have some ideas.
Excellent.
I'll take that up at a later date.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I have to tell you something. In all these years, you are one of the most heartwarming individuals that has ever come before this council. I'm so impressed that you actually read all of that and the details and the thoughtfulness in what you said, and
This is
I
a
don't
lot
know.
to study.
It is a lot of study. But anyway, I just, thank you for not leaving. Thank you for being part of our community, and thank you for coming tonight and, weighing in. I hope you'll come back.
Yeah,
Every month, 3 Mondays every month, right here.
okay.
Right here. But anyway, thank you so much. It really means a lot, for the comments. So thank you very much, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. We're just going to adjourn the meeting right there, because that was pretty good. Okay, I'm kidding. Anyone else want to comment on this item? All right, we'll bring you back to the council.
Motion to approve the adoption of City of Clovis 2023-24 annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant Funds.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Is there other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Well done, Claudia. Thank you so much. Item number 8, consider approval and update on community services fee policy. Senior Center Tour Guide Amy Hance, and also Manager of General Services.
I'm moving in here. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight to present a proposed policy that will provide guidance to the community services staff when determining the cost of classes, programs, and events at the Clovis Senior Activity Center and the Clovis Area Recreation Center. I'll be focusing on the Senior Center primarily because the Recreation Center already costs out their programs to capture expenses that are articulated in our policy. I'm going to do an overview of the finance for the Senior Center, give you an idea of where we get our revenues, what we look like right now, and what the impact of this proposed fee policy would be. So the Senior Center right now and the Rec Center, we receive revenues from a variety of sources. We do rent out our buildings. We put on special events. We charge some fees for classes. We do get donations. The batting cages are a source of revenue for us, and of course, we have the general fund supporting our operation. So this is a slide with a lot of data on it. I'd like to go through it with you. This is information about the Senior Center and its funding sources for the past 5 years. In the yellow column is the total cost of operations for the Senior Center. This encompasses everything. I do want to mention over the past 2 years, so for fiscal year 22-23 and 21-22, there has been an additional bond payment for the new building that has been attached to our budget, but is not reflected here. These are only operational costs. In the green column is our revenue. Those are the revenues we've received from the sources that I just explained on the previous slide. You can see in 1920 and 2021 the impact of the COVID shutdown on the operation of the Senior Center. We are in a rebuilding phase. Our revenues are going up, but I do estimate that'll take another 2 or 3 years for us to get all of our revenues back in place. It just takes a little while for folks to come into the center. We are busting at our seams, but we're still considering ourselves in a rebuilding phase. The blue column is the general fund support. So this is the support that comes from the general fund to support our operation. And then I did a little bit of math to let you see how much of the revenue percentage comes from or takes care of the cost of our operation. So it's easy for you to see sort of the ups and downs of our revenue. This is some information about our part-time instructors, and this really is the crux of what this policy would impact. So currently at the Senior Center, we employ a staff of part-time instructors to teach all of the programs and classes that we offer to the community. Each one is responsible for their own class, and they're all paid right around the same rate. You can see from this chart in 2021 that our class revenues were about $45,000, but the total cost of our part-time instructor staff was $92,000, which is about a 50% return on our investment that we made in our instructors. I gave you some information for 22-23 year-to-date. That's through quarter 3. So from last July through this March, this is what we've spent so far on part-time instructor staff, what we've taken in class user revenue, and the return. So we're at about 67%, and I'm estimating to close at the end of this fiscal year for us to be right at about 67% also. Okay, and I'm going to go over the crux of the policy itself. So it's designed for the city to recoup the cost of just the instructor, some of the materials if that's applicable, and then if the event or program itself would require some additional staff, some extraordinary setup, or some facility costs that we don't normally take on, it would include that. Now, it does constitute a very small portion of the total cost of operation for us, and the class fees are just designed to offset some of the city's direct cost. In the policy, it calls out a Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 sort of phasing of these, or the way for the staff to be able to assess what type of recovery of fees that we should try to anticipate. So a Tier 1 class would be a class that would have very direct benefit to the individual. This would be a dance class, a exercise class, sports leagues, camps, anything like that, where the individual themselves has a direct benefit. Staff is recommending that we have a recovery goal of 90 to 100% of the cost of the instructor, their benefits, and materials if applicable. A Tier 2 event would be an event that has some community and some individual benefit. An example of that was something like Trail Fest over the weekend. We had Trail Fest on Saturday that had some individual benefit, but it also was a really great event for our community. So that's sort of a mixed event. That's a Tier 2 type of event, and the cost recovery goal there is 40 to 90%. And then a Tier 3 event. These are our general events that we put on. Examples of this would be our Thanksgiving luncheon, Easter egg hunt, and our Christmas tree lighting. These are events open to the entire community. We don't expect to make any money or recover very much of our costs for these events because it's really for our whole entire community. And this slide gives you an example of what the impact could be on current senior center fees. But I also included in this slide some comparison fees for Clovis Adult School older adult programming. In our area, this is really the set of programs that matches what we do at the senior center closest. I did look at some retail yoga studios and other exercise places, but those are, those are businesses, and of course, we can't compare to that at all. So Clovis Adult School older adult programming is the best way for us to compare sort of what's our pricing looking like. And if you take a look, our prices are much, much lower than theirs. Even when you look at the last column that says Clovis Senior Activity Center fee recovery at 100%, you can see that we're still far below Clovis Adult School older programming. I know that's a lot of information on there. Okay, so I've come to the end, and I'm expecting a lot of questions.
I got a handful, but I'll go last. Vaughn.
Amy, with regards to these tiers, is there any consideration given if numbers go too low, will the fee then go up because there's only 5, we're expecting 15 or 20 people? Will that happen, or will it be that set price of it was 5 and now we were hoping 7, but even if 5 people only apply, we're just going to charge them the 7? Do you know how that will happen as we move forward?
Well, that happens right now. So there's a little bit of art and magic to programming. When you're programming community events, it's really hard to know, or community classes, it's really hard to know what's going to stick. So when we introduce a new program or class, we always give it at least a 6-month runway. We set a price that we feel is fair, and then we give it a 6-month runway and we see what happens. We do have a standard at the Senior Center that if we have less than 5 participants, we'll probably take a closer look at that class. We always attempt to revamp the marketing. Sometimes just changing the title of a class can make all the difference. So, you know, we try to move around their days. We try to do what we can to make it a successful class. There's also the issue of ebbs and flows as people come and go into the center. A program can be busting at the seams for 3 months, and then all of a sudden attendance falls off for whatever reason. So we will continue to regularly evaluate all of the programs and the costs, just like we do right now. I'm anticipating on a yearly basis. I do it quarterly right now, but what we're hoping with this policy is that it will allow us an actual strategy to set these prices. Right now, when we set a price for a class, we just sort of go off of what we did last time, and there's really no math behind it. And staff is really looking for a way as we move forward to have a guide and some sort of a standard on what we're going to be expecting to get back and help us with the pricing.
And will there be a cap or amount in which, okay, this is going to be, for example, if there is a price that ever goes over the Clovis price, is there a mechanism to go, hey, you know, we got to relook at this because now it's getting way too pricey for us to put this class on because they can take it cheaper over at Clovis Adult School. So is there that in place as well so that we don't price ourselves out because we're wanting to get 90% return and we may not get 90%?
There is, and I don't think our costs would ever allow us to go over what Clovis Unified looks like. I just don't see that with the amount that we're paying for our labor right now. I don't see that happening. We're very sensitive to costs at the Senior Center. You know, we do have a pot of funding set aside, and that we use it for students who we become aware of who have limited means and are unable to afford a class. We always have that available. We use that for students when we're alerted that, hey, student A would really like to take painting, but they really can't afford it, and we make that happen for them. You know, my motto is nobody's left behind.
And that gets me to my next question. I know that these are only on fees, but with regards to those who are able or not able to pay, we are always going to be cognizant of that and allow our seniors the ability to always take the classes as the most that they can, correct?
Yep, I'm committed to that. We do a major fundraiser in December. Our Giving Tree is the source of the money that we use to help support students who aren't able to pay for the classes themselves. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Giving Tree, that fundraiser is mostly funded by city employees, that they come together and sometimes do matching contests, and so they get us through the year. We've never come to the end of a calendar year and not had any money in the pot to help out our students.
And you put in the policy that at the discretion of management, an additional fee may be imposed on participants outside city boundaries. I know that's put in there. What's the thought, and when would it be implemented, or?
So that's a precursor coming up for, we currently are evaluating what it would look like to have some sort of membership fee. Right now, about 55% of the people that visit the Senior Center don't live in Clovis proper. They live outside of our zip codes. They come from Fresno, Kerman, Sanger, up in the hills. We have somebody coming in from Kingsburg, and we're happy that they're there. It's a regional center, and we consider ourselves a regional center, and we're open to everyone. However, the people who live in Clovis contribute to the general fund, and the senior center is generally funded. So they're already paying for the senior center. So we're evaluating what that would look like for folks that are visiting us coming in from outside to pay a nominal fee. It wouldn't be much. It would probably be equivalent to what it costs each one of our community members over the age of 50 that pay, and we've done that math. I'm also doing some research. It's a very common practice in other senior centers around the state to charge some sort of nominal membership fee for their community or maybe for people who live outside of their borders.
And would this spill over to RIKE as well, or no? This is only, you're looking at this only for senior?
Only for seniors right now.
And, you know, you had a slide where the percentage of general fund was 42% back in 17, 18, 37%, and now you're in the 20s, I think, yeah. And so, when it was higher, was it just because the need was there, or were you budgeted more back then anyway? I wanted to understand.
I think you're asking me about the escalation in costs for 22, 23?
Well, the de-escalation of actual, you know, because it was 42%, now it's down to 20%, right?
Right.
And so why is it just we're giving you less money so you're operating less, or?
No, the general fund always makes me whole.
Okay.
It always makes the senior center whole. But what you're seeing for this fiscal year is a combination of two things, that our revenues aren't quite back yet. Frankly, we're just not charging enough. We're also coming to the point where we're at capacity for some of our classes, so we're really looking forward to moving into the new building. We had a whole crew of people that came in for exercise today and left because there was not enough room. So we're constrained by our physical world that we're living in at the senior center, but we have had an escalation of cost. It just costs more to do business as an entity in the city. Our labor costs have increased, pretty specifically because of the minimum wage increases we've had to escalate, and our internal general fund costs that are charged to the senior center have escalated quite a bit, and that's just because the cost of everything has gone up.
Thank you, Amy.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Long. Other questions for Amy? Diane?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if there's, again, opportunities for private enterprise or private citizens to either sponsor a particular class or participate in a specific way in helping to provide these services.
There are, and we currently have relationships with many CBOs and individuals in the community that help support us. We are always on the lookout for specific grant opportunities. We're never very successful when it comes to grants, specifically for senior operations. For one reason, there's just not that many. Once in a while, I'll apply for a grant that's really not met for a senior center just to see what would happen, and we're never successful. You know, just our demographics don't support it. But we do have relationships with a lot of CBOs in the city and in Fresno that, you know, see the value of the senior center. I welcome anybody that would like to come and sponsor a birthday party or, you know, anything like that. We have a guide for relationships, and, you know, we have a formal agreement with those who want to come in and help this center financially.
Anyone else? Matt?
Yeah, just a quick question. How much revenue do you anticipate you will bring back by implementing these tiers?
So that's a really good question, and I tried to do the math, but it's really hard to predict. I hope to cover at least the cost of my staff, and if we go over here, oops, wrong way. Oops, I apologize for that. So if this policy goes into place, our part-time instructor costs for this year, I'm estimating, will be $107,000. So the Tier 1 recovery is 90 to 100% recovery, so I'm hoping to get at least $100,000 in class user fees.
And how many participants do we have that would be making up that user fee? And I guess what I'm getting at is, I heard what you said about nobody, you know, they can't afford it or anything like that, but I also concerned, do we start doing things that become cost prohibitive
Sure.
for all of our senior community to participate, trying to make up the funds and the difference for the, you know, the facility that's been built?
Well, I do want to be clear that this really doesn't have anything to do with the new facility. It's not, at least I don't see it as a cost offset for the new building. That building's funded, and this really isn't related to that. This really is just to provide staff a way to cost appropriately our classes. So right now we have about 1,500 people that we consider unique users. That means they've stepped into the senior center for some reason one time this past year, because we track all of that. So a portion of those people are taking classes. I would guess probably half of them. Many people come into the senior center and they're not taking a class. They're coming in to listen to a lecture, they're playing pool, they're sitting down and playing bridge with their friends, or, you know, they're just in there listening to live music. So we have a whole contingent of people that come in for classes, but then I think it's a much bigger portion that come in and take advantage of some of the other programs.
Okay, yeah, and I think when I was talking about the new facility, I wasn't alluding to offsetting costs. I meant just making sure that we have people who are actually going to be using the new facility and we don't cost prohibit them from showing up.
I agree with you. That is a concern. I really think we're very safe with just recovering the cost of the instructor is reasonable. And again, we're really sensitive to price and the marketplace. And if we had a sense that things were just getting too pricey and we were losing people, we would make the appropriate adjustment.
Thank you.
Yeah. Paul?
Amy, I thought we had a 501c3 for community members who can actually donate, so it could be a charitable donation for our senior center. Is that correct? Can you share a little bit about that so that way the community knows?
Sure, we do. There is a 501c3 called the Friends of the Clovis Senior Activity Center, and they are a fundraising body. And if anybody wants to donate, they are certainly welcome to donate to that fundraising body. Their focus is fundraising for the new building. They can also just donate directly to the senior center. What's been kind of interesting as we're building this new building is now we really have to ask people when they want to come in and donate, where would you like this to go? Do you want it to go towards the building, or would you like it to stay in the center? And quite often people are very directive. They want it to go to programs, they want it to go to seniors. And so we'll either use that money to maybe buy a piece of equipment that we need, or we put it in our little fund, I call it our scholarship fund, our Nobody's Left Behind fund. We'll put it in there and let it sit until we need it.
Well, my final comment is with regards to the last time this came forward. I just got on the council, and it was only $1, $2 raise. And the seniors came out in force that evening and opposed it. And so have you run this across the seniors and to kind of see their reaction, so that way we kind of feel like, oh, okay, our seniors, you know, looking at the increase, I know it's only $2, it's $1 here, $3 there, but what the reaction is, because last time I remember it was only $1 or $2, and they filled this room up, and they were like, don't raise our fees because $1 is a lot for us.
Yeah.
And so can you give some assurances and or feedback with regards to the population that we serve every single day, what their reaction is and or will be?
So I would hesitate to try to predict their reaction. I will tell you, I was here with an item for a master fee adjustment a couple of months ago, and we did raise some fees at that time, and there was nothing at all. In fact, what I hear from the seniors, we can't believe how great this place is. It's really affordable. Now that, I can't guarantee that we're not going to get some people complaining about these fee increases, but I think the people that come to the senior center really understand the value of what they're getting. We have extraordinary part-time instructors. These are instructors that teach because they love it. They are not getting rich off of what they're making, but they do it because they love it and they're committed to what they're doing. So I believe our seniors really see the value in what they're getting.
So, to that point, I was gonna raise that question about the same meeting with all the folks. This talks about the cost of the class in the fee recovery 100% column. How does that compare to what it is now? What's the fee now for acrylic painting, as an example?
So right now for acrylic painting, the fee is $25 for a 5-week class, so it's $5 per class. Under the fee recovery of 100%, the fee would go up to $35 for a 5-week class, which would equate to $7 a class.
And watercolor is $40 or something to that effect?
Correct. So it would go up $10. And this is just a sampling. We have so many classes going on. I picked the most popular and the biggest that were a good comparison to Clovis Adult School, just to give you an idea and a flavor of what the cost would be. I will tell you, the $3.50 for yoga, we don't deal in quarters at the senior center, and I brought back punch cards, and punch cards don't deal well with quarters and 50 cents, so we would round that down. The Tier 1 recovery fee proposal does give a span, so it's 90% to 100%.
Right,
so I feel like I have some leeway there and some flexibility.
So you answered Wong's question, but have you shared this with the seniors? The numbers specifically?
No, not specifically, no.
So I might think that was helpful before we say, sure, do this. So that's just one thought I have.
Yeah.
My second comment, and I don't know, I can't actually put words to what I was thinking about, but when I read the tiers, I think it's, they all benefit individuals, right? That's who's participating. The community, there's no such thing as a collective community participating. So I struggled with the tier idea. So in some ways, for me, it was almost classes I choose to take, painting or whatever that is, versus larger community benefits, because everything else in 2 and 3 are really open to everybody. Memorial Run, Trail Fest, right? They're not, so I'm not sold on maybe it's just the words I get, but it's almost like choice. If I choose to take a class, I'm going to pay a little higher fee. If I'm just a general member of the public, that seems like the other categories. So I couldn't quite land on the distinctions that were here. I know where you're going. I understand all of that, but I'm not quite sold, because I think of this, I guess this is a health theme tonight, this is a huge mental health investment in our seniors. They are not lonely, they are busy, they have, you know all the reasons you love what you do. So I want to think about it in terms of that's what we're trying to invest in, and they get to dance and play bridge and whatever. So I hear you, and I know the new center might give you different needs because the cost will be higher. I mean, I get that too. So I'm not quite ready to say this is the right tier, so I'm not quite there, but I do feel like you need to socialize this a little bit with your seniors. I don't want to do this and then have people come in and go, because to Long's point, it was very poignant that they said, for $1, I can't do it. Now you're going to say, we got you covered. And you see these people every single day. But I'm a little bit worried about acting on this before the seniors have a chance to at least weigh in. So that's I appreciate the work. I know where you're trying to go. I know this is hard, but I think we need to pass it around a bit and let people weigh in. And I don't have another offer for you right now, but I want to think about the tiers, because doesn't seem like quite the right division, because it's all about somebody's mental and physical health. And that's really our job tonight, apparently, in the last 2 items, is that. So.
Yeah. Just to talk about the tiers, that's meant only internally for staff to use as a guide, just to understand what we should be trying to recover, just based on, benefit for the entire community, just as a guide to try and help us cost things out.
I hear you. I know the intent is all right and good. We struggle with this every time it comes, and we're like, no, not this time. So I know we have to do something about this. I'm just not quite sure this is the right, I don't know. Anyway, enough for me. Anybody else?
Well, I want to give our seniors this assurance, at least from one council member, that if it's 100,000, we got to foot that no matter what. They are worth it. You see, they are the building blocks of our community. And if it's 100,000, so that way they get all these courses and we didn't recover, it is incumbent upon all of us to take care of them, because they took care of all of us first. And so I'm more of, let's try it. But if we don't make it, I want to assure at least one vote on this council that if, when you come back and go, hey, I'm short 100,000 because, I couldn't implement these fees, that we will make the changes necessary internally to support our seniors. Because 100,000 is something we can do. I'm on that position where, yes, let's try to do this so that way we can get some equity out of it, but then at the same time, if we can't, we're going to give you these classes no matter what, and we're going to support you, as, the council and as this city to take care of our seniors.
If I could respond to that, and I hope it's okay. I don't ever get a sense from this council that funding will ever change for the senior center. We don't feel that way at all. It's just the ability to try and recover some of the costs that are borne out by the general fund, and just to mitigate that just a little bit. So I don't ever think that we're going to have to close the doors because of what you're doing.
That would be no.
Yeah.
That would be no. Shauna?
That one. Okay, I just wanted to clarify one thing because I think there was a little confusion on this. The dark blue numbers on the top where it says general fund support, from 17-18 to the current, you can see we went from 349,000 to 636,000. This is just operational. The percentage was we used to recover 42% of our operational costs. Right now, we're recovering 21%. And that's what we're trying to do, is figure out what's the policy. Do we want to try to be back where we were at 42%? What has happened is costs have increased, but we have not increased our fees. And so we went from only 21% of the operating costs being covered by our different methods of funding. If council determines that 21% is acceptable, then we can continue as is, but each year it's going to get lower and lower and lower to where we have very little, if any, revenue. I think that's the crux of why we're here today, is just to say where do we want to go from here, and to give staff some sort of measurement to determine what those fees should be, just to recover the costs of the instructors, because the building isn't even included, in all of these costs, and that's all of the office staff, the power, the maintenance, all of that is just for the instructors. So I just want to clarify that.
Thank you, Shauna.
Thanks.
Matt?
Yeah, so when you were talking about recovery of costs, when the new facility opens up, do we anticipate with the rentals and the things that will occur inside those buildings, will they increase the revenues here, or is that a separate entity altogether?
No, that would be considered senior center revenue. I do anticipate that the revenue from building rentals will go up because, the building's just bigger and we'll be able to charge more. But consecutively, we'll have an increase in some cost of that building because it's just a bigger building.
All right, seeing not any questions up here, we'll open that to the public comment. Anybody in the audience wishing to comment on this item? Anyone online?
No.
All right, we'll bring it back to the council. This is looking for, this just says update. What do you want? What is the action here? Update is not an action, I don't think.
It's to review and approve. I know it said update, but it's to review and approve.
All right. So we're looking for an approval on this policy. Yeah. Anyone?
Any discussion? If not, I'm going to make a motion.
Go ahead.
If you have comments, go ahead. Make your comments first. Yeah.
I'm a little uncomfortable going forward with this without notice to our seniors. I can imagine. I don't want anybody waving their finger in my face saying, you didn't tell me about this. And they would be right. Maybe we should push this off to the June 5th meeting just so we have a public comment period, but I'm open to other.
Any discussion? If you're ready to make a motion, go ahead, Matt.
No, I just think from I almost would like to see us open the new facility, give it some time, see where we're at, how many people are participating, what they're doing, and then bring back proposals and see what we may be able to come up with then. Then we'll have active participation from our seniors at the new facility as well.
All right. Looking for a motion of any kind? Long, you ready? Still ready?
Well, I do want the input for the seniors, because I thought it was very valuable last time. And so if the staff is open to a continuance for that to happen, I think, Mayor, you were expressing that, and in that time, if there's any fixing with regards to the tiers and naming, you can also do that. That would be my motion would be to continue to a date uncertain.
So if I can,
Let me just grab a second on that. Amy, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right. Amy.
So on some of the options that I had written down, I thought it would possibly be, if it was amenable to the council, that we wait until we get into the new senior center. That's one option. Take a look at the numbers. We will have more space, and our numbers may go up. So sort of a reset of all of our programs. Once we're in the new building, let's see how they're performing, give them 6 months, like in the policy, evaluate, see where we are, and then come back.
So so you want to implement this for 6 months and then come back? You want to leave it the way it is for 6 months after the new center opens?
I'd really like to have this policy in place to help us move forward and set costs.
And then revisit it after 6 months after the new center's open?
Make no changes until we get into the new senior center, and then take a look at what it looks like under this policy and adjust as needed.
So you're not going to adjust anybody's fees right now?
No, and it's a good point. We are getting ready to move. We'll be moving in the next, I don't know how many months, and things will change and shift. But this policy is something that staff has been needing for quite a while. We set costs, and we're not sure really if we're getting to where we need to be. So the policy does that for us. But I have no problem at all putting the policy in place, but putting a pin in it for when we get over into the new building and are able to take a look at what our numbers look like there. That's perfectly reasonable. Yeah, that would be terrific, actually.
What about talking with your seniors about it, though? We do that with our development fees. We do.
You do. Yep. I see you have people here for that.
And so the stakeholders here are our seniors, and so we.
Yeah, and I think a reasonable course of action would be to get the policy in place, complete the move into the senior center, have everything going for about 6 months, taking a look, and if at that time, my hope is we don't need to raise any fees, because we will have the space to have enough people in the building to actually pay for our instructors. And then at that time, maybe there's no fee increase, but maybe if we do have to increase the fees, we can let our seniors know before we do that. That's really appropriate. Happy to do that.
And we would come back before we actually implemented them.
An example is yoga class right now. You can only have maybe 10, 15 people. In the new building, you could have 30. So you're paying the instructor the same rate, but if you're dividing that amongst more people, then if you can fill the class, then that's less cost per person.
Well, if what John said, you'll bring it back before you actually implement, then I'm okay approving it now, because you're going to still do all that you said you're going to do.
I am too. But I would also like to have, when you come back, at least some options of asking folks who don't live in the city of Clovis, even $2 or something. I mean, you'd hate to. I did have conversations with some seniors who live in Fresno, and they were very happy. And Fresno's building their own. They're very happy. I'm really surprised somebody drives all the way from Kingsburg, but and we want to give those folks the ability to have a plan. On Thursdays, I go to yoga class, and it gives them something to stay focused on. So we should probably have that discussion at that time, too.
I'll ask you for a motion.
I would like to amend my motion to approve with the condition, do I have to state all the conditions, Scott? With the condition of talking with seniors, implementing in 6 months and coming it back before the council for official implementation of fees.
Amy, are you okay with that?
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah,
Is that-
of course.
You're the original motion
Yeah.
maker, so if you want to amend, then that amended
That's my
motion needs a second,
amendment.
yeah.
All right. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this? All right, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Not quite ready. All right, motion carries 4-1. Thank you, Amy. And thank you for the awesome tours. All right, item number 9. These are considering items associated with various fees under the Planning and Development Services Department and find that the project is exempt from further environmental quality review under Section 15061B3 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. City of Clovis is the applicant. There are 3 items under this, number 9. First is a request to approve a resolution amending plan check, inspection services, encroachment permits, and community investment program rates. The second is a request to approve the 2023 City of Clovis Planning Division fee schedule. And the third is a request to approve an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clovis amending Section 8.1.01.1 of Chapter 8.1 of Title 8 relating to amendments to Uniform Administrative Code to add photovoltaic and energy storage systems fee. Table S1. Who wrote that? Some engineer. No, I'm just kidding. All right, team. An engineer and a planner and Doug. What are you in there? Like an inspector. An inspector, an engineer, and a planner meet together, and that's what happens to your sentences.
It seems like there's a joke in there someplace.
I think there was. I just kind of lost it. All right. Sean.
Well, good evening. I am here to start us off. I'm just going to start going over my portion, then pass it to George, and then pass it to Doug, and then we'll come back and ask for your consideration to approve our items. So tonight, I am asking if you would consider and approve us changing our hourly rate. It's currently at $140 per hour and updating it to $145 per hour. And the main reason for that is to cover our overhead costs. Now that trickles down to review services, document preparation, inspection fees, charges for our capital program, et cetera. That is the extent of my presentation. I'm going to save my words for the next one.
Are they all going to be that long? Just asking. All right. Anything else from George or Doug on this item?
Not on this item.
All right, Doug. You're with him. You're there. Nothing else? All right. Scott, I have a question. Would it be? Do you want us to? Can we hear comment on each item because this seems very different than the others, or do you want? Should we hear them all and then just act at the end?
However you want to do it. I mean, there's 3 separate
They're very
fees
different.
that are being considered, and we're going to ask for 3 separate motions and approval because conceivably you could approve one but not the other.
Okay.
So however you want to take it.
I'm going to try
If you want to have individual comment.
I'm going to try it tonight this way. This is a little bit different. So is there anybody in the audience wishing, or any comments for, questions for staff on item number 1, the plan check, inspection, encroachment permits, and CIP rates? Anybody in the audience coming specifically to speak to that increase? $5 an hour. Anybody online? Going once? Okay, so let's close the portion on that particular item. And I would take a motion to approve that first item if there is such a thing. Anyone?
I'll make a motion to approve, 9A, a request to approve a resolutionary amend plan check, inspection services, encroachment permits, and community investment program rates.
Thanks.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, that's simpler. Now, the other 2, I think, are related, partners. So why don't you move on to the 2023 City of Clovis Planning Division fee schedule?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A comprehensive fee analysis and fee update was prepared by planning staff back in 2001, at which point we also brought it before the council for approval. The 2021 update included large increases, primarily due to the fact that the last comprehensive update was performed in 2009, so there was a 12-year gap there. During that meeting before council a couple of years ago, the planning staff committed to routinely or at least annually bring adjustments before the council to avoid large increases. And we believe that we've kept in that promise. We came the latest fee update was approved by council last year in August. And so now we're coming back for the 2023 proposal changes. Operational costs have increased in the planning division with our day-to-day operations. The revised fee schedule will provide funding necessary to maintain a functional level of service to the public. This year, staff is recommending a 3.81% increase based on the average consumer price index of the last 5 years. We received no objections from the development community or other stakeholders. If approved by council, the new fees will go into effect beginning on Monday, July 10th of this year. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, George. And I probably got ahead of myself because these items are simple compared to the next item, but we'll do them one at a time anyway. It's all the same. All right, so this is a request to approve the planning division fees only. Any questions for George? Anybody in the public want to speak to the development planning fees, this item, this particular one? All right, close. Anybody online?
No.
All right, close the portion on this item and take a motion. Somebody was interested?
Motion to approve item 9B, request to approve the 2023 City of Clovis Planning Division fee schedule. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. And the last item under number 9 is a request to approve an ordinance, I'm not going to read all that again, around photovoltaic cells. So, team, Doug.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Tonight I'm here to ask you to approve Table S1 on photovoltaic fees. It's in response to Senate Bill 379 that was approved last fall. That bill mandates that jurisdictions like Clovis set up a real-time online approval process. What that means is that people from their home or their office can actually submit solar plans to Clovis and in a matter of minutes get approval and pay their permit, and they're out for business. We do about 2,000 permits a year, so this is a big deal. In building this process out, one of the difficulties we've had is the fees, because right now our fee is a manual process where plans examiners count items such as modules and inverters and circuits and that kind of thing, and we input it into our software, and it calculates the fee based on that hourly rate. Trying to do this process online and build it out, it just doesn't work very well. So the state actually publishes a solar permitting guidebook that has a fee table in it that we can use, and that's what this table is. It comes from basically the governor's office. And so the new fee would increase the hourly rate to about $124. I say about because our current hourly rate is $95, and that was put into place in 2011. And that's an hourly rate. The new fee is based on kilowatts, so they really don't equate, but when I do some math in there, it comes up to about $124, which is about a 30% on average. And then, so Table S1 is from the state. It's already in use by a couple neighboring cities of Fresno and Visalia. So for us, it's just an ease of implementation to make this online process work, and that's my presentation.
Thank you, Doug. Online seems like a plus for homeowners that are trying to upgrade their solar or add solar to their house. Any questions for Doug? Any public comment on this photovoltaic fee increase? Online? No. Back to the council.
Motion to approve an ordinance, City Council of Clovis, amending Section 8.1.01.1 of Chapter 8.1 of Title 8, relating to amendments to Uniform Adjustment Code to add photovoltaic and energy storage systems fee.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now the one that might be a little more complicated. This is, item number 10 is a resolution revising the master development fee schedule and providing a description of fees to be requested for county adoption. Sean?
Yeah, I'm going to have a few more words this time, sorry.
Okay, wait, you don't think we can read that, do you?
No, I do not.
Oh, just like it's just a graphic thing?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. I'm like, what?
I didn't bring my glasses either. I cannot see that one bit.
I couldn't see it with my glasses. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. I'm here tonight to present two items to you for your consideration and approval. One of them is to consider approval of findings related to AB 602. The other is to consider approval of updates to the Development Impact Fee Program for fiscal year 23 to 24. The graphics or charts that are in your packet, I don't mean for you to read them at all. We'll go into those a little bit deeper later on in the presentation. Tonight, I plan to tell you a little bit about the basic components of development impact fees, highlight some of the work that was involved with the update, discuss alternative financing mechanisms, discuss what AB 602 is and how it impacts the city, as well as to, at the end, reiterate staff's recommendations. I'm going to cover each section and then pause for questions before continuing on to the next, because there's a lot to unpack here. So with that, I'm going to go into the basic components of fees. Development impact fees are what the city charges a development project to capture the project's fair share cost of the infrastructure needed to serve them. There are legal definitions and requirements that provide the framework that we must work within. The pictures are some of the items that have been purchased and constructed through the fees. The law requires the city to make a connection between the fee, the project, and the need. The fees can only be based on items needed to support growth, not items to improve the city's services to existing users. There are many metrics by which fees can be charged, such as units, acres, non-residential building square footage, but they all need to meet this legal requirement. And some of the rates are calculated and then charged on a city-wide basis. Some are charged on a smaller area-specific basis. All of these details are meant to make a clear connection between the fees, the project, and the need. Citywide fees, they provide a benefit over a large area and are more reasonably connected to the entire city. Examples of which are the sewer and water fees. These systems provide service to all areas of the city, making citywide fees the most appropriate. The major components of these systems, like treatment plants, are difficult to split up into service areas. Creating service areas would result in rate increases because these large cost items would be spread over smaller service areas. Sorry, gotta turn to the right page. Area-specific fees reflect items that instead of a focused need and a focused benefit, the closer the facilities are to the project. An example of these are the street fees, and I'm going to use Heritage Grove as an example for you. Heritage Grove is a planned urban center in our general plan, and it has a unique system of streets, traffic signals, and bridges, and they're all located generally north of Shepherd Avenue. The traffic impacts of a project are more focused and reasonably connected to the nearby system with less impacts the further away you go from the project. So in other words, a project at Willow and Beeheimer, they're going to likely have an impact half a mile away at Perrin and less impact 3 miles away at Herndon. This makes area-specific fees the most appropriate method for the street fees. So we're always looking city or area-specific. City staff consider the need to perform an update each year, and they try to make the new rates coincide with the start of the fiscal year, July 1st. We have several means to update the fees, one of which is by using an index and the other by performing a comprehensive analysis. Two common indexes are the Construction Cost Index, CCI, and the Consumer Price Index, CPI. Using an index provides for gradual adjustments to the fees in order to keep pace with market trends, and it helps lessen the amount of change between comprehensive updates. A comprehensive analysis takes considerable more time and effort. The list on the screen are some of the items involved with a comprehensive analysis. Now, last year, staff performed a comprehensive analysis instead of using an index update because we wanted to confirm that the fees were keeping pace with market trends. The proposal to council would have increased the total obligation of development projects between 27% and 40%. This is a sizable increase at any time, but there was uncertainty for inflation and market conditions at that time. So council instead directed staff to limit the increases to sewer, to water, and to street fees to 15%. And that
Sean, sorry, just to be clear, what you just said, you're talking about last year.
Talking about last year,
Okay, I just want to make sure this is, okay, go ahead.
So at that time, when we talked about the fees last year, it was noted that there was some uncertainty in the market and inflation. So there was a direction by the council to limit some of the increases, sewer, water, streets, for the three. And we capped those at 15% instead of what the comprehensive analysis was proposing. So that effect basically just lowered the overall increase to the range of 13 to 19%. And this is all dependent upon land use and location. And I'm going to show you some examples a little bit later on. Now, in that last year, staff was also directed to come back this year with another comprehensive analysis just to confirm that did the market indeed spike, or are the increases going to continue? No, what we've seen is that we've seen the market costs continue going up. Now, deciding to limit increases has future ramifications. Some of them are shown here. We have existing bond debts in the sewer and the water systems that need to be covered, and they become more difficult if sufficient fees are not collected. When indexes are applied to fees that are already previously limited, they in turn are limited, and they do not keep pace with the market trends. The laws prohibit the fees to capture revenue that's lost from prior limited rate increases. And another consideration is that future adjustment updates based on comprehensive studies could be significant. And that's where we're at this year. We're seeing a sizable increase. So I've covered a lot. I'm going to pause here, see if you have any questions on what development fees are and some of the laws and things that we have to follow.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, so I'm going to move on. I'm going to highlight what we did this year. A lot of information up there, not meaning for you to be able to read all those either. I'm just trying to reflect some of the tasks that we completed this year. It is a considerable effort that went behind the product that I'm presenting to you, and the proposed increases range from 12 to 23%. We began this work in November and have been working through April to update the information, confirm the accuracy, and prepare the proposal that we have for you tonight. Two of the fees that have a significant impact to the project's total fees are the water major facilities and the sewer major facility fees. Their increases add about $4,000 to the cost of each single-family home. In total, they account for about $20,000 of the fees per home. These are significant fee amounts that fund elements that are critical to support growth. Past presentations to council have explained how critical these facilities are, so I'm not going to go into that. I'm just going to keep going into some more of the fee update details. These slides have a lot of data on them, but I'm going to walk you through on the first one, just what you're going to see on this slide and the next two as well. The small chart at the bottom left, that's part of attachment 3 from your staff report. The larger, easier to read chart to the top is the portion that I have circled in red. The pie chart shows roughly how much each fee category contributes to the total project fee. In all of the following scenarios, you're going to see that sewer and water fees account for more than half. Streets and parks are the next largest contributors to the fee obligation, with all other categories contributing less than 20% of the total. So now I'm going to dive into some of these numbers here for you. Each year, for the past several years, staff have created a series of theoretical projects and compared the fee obligation from year to year. This example on the screen is a 40-acre project of single-family homes, 4 units per acre. So imagine like 10,000 square foot lots, and in the Heritage Grove area. This product could sell at about $800,000 on average. The increase here is about 19% for the fee, which equates to about 1% of the selling price. The total fee obligation of about $48,000 is about 6% of the selling price. Now, if that same piece of land were to develop at a higher density, and let's say 15.5 units per acre, then the fees would change a little bit. That product could sell about $400,000 an acre. So the increase per lot now is about 13%, still about 1% of the selling price. The total fee of $34,000 represents about 4% of that project selling price. This slide here shows the fee impacts of various forms of non-residential development, still considering the Heritage Grove area, and their increases range from 18% to 21% per acre. Beginning in March, staff began to have stakeholder meetings. There were email invitations to over 130 stakeholders across the residential and non-residential market sectors for 4 meetings in March and in April. Staff was also available by phone for in-person or in-person for individuals that could not attend those meetings. The meetings produced a lot of good dialogue and resulted in refinements to several fee categories, some of which include sewer, water, and fire. So I plan to pause here and see if you have any questions on what we did this year.
Sean, I want to go back to the public comment, which is really on this item and on Granville's chart of their home prices. And on the bottom, they state here, the price that listed above include following fees paid by Granville to local government on your behalf in Deauville East, $57,000 paid this year. So in other words, that's per unit, I'm assuming. And I'm looking, I'm seeing, is that pretty accurate? Because there's some that are 53, some 42, some 38, the total fees, and that's that one chart that you have.
Yeah.
And so,
you know,
are there other fees that are not listed here that they have included that we are probably not aware of? That's why it's the 57 number, not our 40-something, 30-something thousand.
I didn't run the numbers on their project in particular. It seems about the right range. Like you said, these all vary depending on land use, on location. You might have a number of units that doesn't match up with the examples that I give, so it's very likely those numbers are accurate.
But we can't verify those numbers, and I'd like to say there's other fees that are being charged to the Clovis Unified School District or a number of other agencies that could be part of that math also.
Okay. But those wouldn't be to the city of Clovis, and maybe Granville will be able to speak to the specifics, so that way, I just want to make sure that they are only including our fees, so that way it's fair, so that way it's not Clovis Unified fees are X amount and our city fees are X amount, so I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I forgot, I have one more question. Sean, back to your first slide on this second presentation, that first slide with all those bubbles. Okay, so performance, meaning number of actual sales, is never taken into consideration when we look at if we're going to increase or not, because it seems very practical that if I'm going to do something in my business, I look at what I've been doing and go, is it good to increase now because I haven't had any sales anyway? Is that ever, because I looked at the whole package and I don't see anything with regards to, hey, Clovis, I see that you're getting X amount of units. It could be because of the fees and or other factors. Is that, will it one day be one of the bubbles so that way it can be factored in, or it is not part of the analysis because it's very mathematical, methodical with regards to how we look at fees?
It has not been. It's just been what's the cost of that system that we need to fund divided by who needs to participate in that. We've looked at cash flow models in the past and been told that that is not legal, doesn't follow the nexus requirement that we're obligated to follow.
But isn't it practical, right? Because I'll just say this year. This year we're expecting 800, we're about 200. So shouldn't that make us go, or is that something which the five of us should take into consideration, but not some staff puts into consideration to present in front of us?
Yeah, well, as Sean said, we're trying to present to you, we have these facilities that we need to build. We've determined that development needs to pay for it. We've taken that cost and we've spread it among the development potential throughout the city, without regard to what it does to the market. So yes, I think we need to figure out how we're going to move forward with it, with the caution that if we are going to hold back fees and collect less than what the facilities cost, there may be some consequences in not being able to fund some projects in the future.
And if I could add to that also, is going to be that if you take a look at chart 55, go back to chart 55, please. You're going to see that last year we didn't increase fees by the 10% that staff recommended, and then you go back to chart 59, and that those numbers are going to be carried forward to this year. And we're calculating the actual cost of doing the business. So for every year that we don't collect what we think is the actual cost, you're just making the problem bigger the next year, which we're dealing with right now.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to put on here that in this report by on the last, second to last paragraph, that's why I see that it's in here. It says, the city of Clovis was identified as the 12th fastest growing city in the state in 2022, indicating that the current level of fees imposed is not deterrent to development. So keep saying it isn't, but yet we say, but the market, it seems to take into consideration that, hey, you're still growing well, so don't worry, you put these fees in, it won't deter it. I mean, someone's thought of it and has put it down in here. So what if it isn't? My sort of the converse, like, shouldn't the statement be in there? Clovis, given that you've only gotten 200 this year, a fee increase may not be the most, it may not help you at this current time. So, they're willing to say the other side, but yet they don't say it when we're on a downturn to go, caution, maybe we got to look at this.
There's a lot more going on in the economy than just the development impact fees that are affecting the numbers from 800 to 300.
Okay.
I had the opposite. So if you only had 200 units, you divide this huge cost by 200 units, and the fees go up a lot per item. So the market could work, be your friend or not your friend, depending on your point of view. All right, Sean, keep going.
All right, I'm going to catch up here on the slides. And the next thing I'm going to go talk about is alternative financing mechanisms, because these came up during our meetings, and I think some of the council members have been approached about that as well. And current policy is that development pays its fair share. The suggestions from the stakeholders were not to change that, just to change maybe how and when the fees are paid. We're still talking about paying the full ticket. So these options all have implications for the city. As far as their administration, that we need to consider if we are to implement something different in how we pay fees. And I've got Andy with me. He's got some knowledge on this that I don't have, just in case you've got some questions.
Yeah, I can address it briefly. There are mechanisms under state law that allow for a project or developer to seek financing that spreads the cost of development impact fees and other infrastructure over a period of time. Typically, these involve issuing bonds that are then tied to the properties, and then those are paid off on property tax bills. Mello-Roos districts are an example. There are also other options, some of them called enhanced infrastructure financing districts. They operate very similarly, but they share property tax revenues. Usually takes a very large project to see any kind of benefit on those, think like football stadiums. But there are some tools out there that could be explored, but it doesn't change the bottom line cost of that development's impact on our systems and need to fund the infrastructure.
If you don't have any questions on this at this time, I'll move on to the next area. We can always circle back.
Andy, the Mello-Roos, though, is development specific or area specific, I'm assuming, and that those homes will assume whatever the cost is of their share or whatever will be allocated to that development area.
Correct. So the developer would determine how much in revenue bonds to generate to pay for an impact fee, and then that amount would be split up between the properties over a 20-year time span. That capital will come from borrowing most typically.
By the developer.
By the developer, and then those are paid off over a 20-year time span. And those are the property owners that benefited from that improvement or those fees would be paying it.
And when do we also get those funds in 20 years, or do we get it up front and then they're paying it?
We would get it up front,
okay,
or as part of the development process up front.
Okay. And we did that with Woodside, correct? There was a recent Woodside, I think we did a Mello-Roos with Bob.
That was a community facility district that was created to fund some operations there to make the project feasible. We did do a Mello-Roos at the original DeVille project that Granville developed about 20 plus years ago now. So we have done them in Clovis, but they're always developer driven. They don't have to be geographically connected. They can be over different areas and put together in a package, but it does need to be property owner driven because they have to make a vote to make it happen.
So it doesn't have to be council initiated?
The developer would need to come to the city and get council approval from the council and basically vote to approve it.
Okay, and then they would then disclose to their home buyers that, yeah, you got this.
Yeah, you're going to be paying $500 extra a year in your property taxes or whatever it may be.
Okay, okay. And those would also allow us to recoup fees the same way, I'm assuming, just that they're doing the work.
Yeah, those fees would come in through a payment upon the project approval. Upfront to the city, just the actual cash would be coming into a bond fund, essentially.
Okay. And would it still, that doesn't change the policy that you mentioned earlier, Sean, with regards to citywide and street specific then? If they would still be, if it was a sewer water, what they covered, it would still be the one fee?
It would cover the cost as Sean has described. Essentially, it's an alternative financing mechanism to pay for the fees up front, but then spread those costs out amongst the beneficiaries over a period of time, 20 years typically.
Thank you.
The only thing I was going to add is your comment on large projects, like a football stadium. But I feel like in some of our northeast, northwest, Loma Vista, that ship has sailed, but I mean, those are large projects in a different kind of large. It's not the new Chargers football stadium or something, but I mean, it seems like there are fewer homeowners, at least in part of what I just described. So does it have more, I mean, does it have value in areas like that?
No, the enhanced infrastructure financing districts are challenging because the way to get benefits out of those is to share property taxes with multiple agencies. So, for instance, the county of Fresno would need to participate in that, and there has to be enough other revenue coming into those districts to make it worthwhile, which hence it's significantly large projects like a theme park or an NFL football stadium.
So it's not necessarily, well, the value of the geography developed in any of those areas would be high.
Yeah.
So is it enhanced facilities, what was the third word?
Infrastructure financing district, enhanced.
Is that different than a Mello-Roos?
Yes.
So they are different. So
Yes.
Mello-Roos could, if we had developers who wanted to do a part of some northwest, northeast, the McFarland family or any of those things in those larger acreage projects, they could do that.
Yeah, the Mello-Roos is available under state law for them to utilize, as well as enhanced infrastructure financing districts. They're just much more complicated and harder to produce cash flows that would benefit the project and the city.
Now, your other bubble says other options, question mark?
So
Are there other options?
the enhanced infrastructure financing districts was one. A community facilities district that could be set up for certain infrastructure is one. Those would all need to be developer-driven to kind of come to the table on how we can make those things work. One word of caution on this is that all of them typically involve indebtedness, and to some degree would be borrowing, or the residents that are beneficiaries would be borrowing on top of the debt we've already issued. So you have a lot of debt flying around. When
But we're not borrowing that money, that's not our debt.
That is correct, but there's a lot of additional cost. If you look at the cost over 20 years, when they're paying that additional interest on any of these, it can get pretty high amounts that make it hard for someone to be able to afford that home.
So, with deference to Mr. Armstrong, he was really opposed to Mello-Roos districts. Anybody remember why?
If I could guess, is the interest cost. So let's say, for example, we have $50,000 in impact fees, and a good chunk of that is already interest that we're paying on our bonds. Then we go out and borrow to pay that fee up front, and we have 20 years to pay that off. And, you know, that impact fee could cost the homeowner $100,000 over that time instead of just the $50,000 up front. So the total cost of floating these through those kind of mechanisms is very high. Even it does spread it out over time, but it's not without its cost.
But it's a cost incurred by the developer passed on to the homeowner, not by the city.
Correct.
We're not incurring any of that.
Correct.
But to the woman who called in about her $10,000 potential fee increase, hypothetically, you're going to see it either way, whether there's a Mello-Roos district or whether there are fees.
Yeah.
Someone's going to pay that, and it's going to be the property owner. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Drew.
If we have a situation with a Mello-Roos where the homeowner is basically paying directly to the bond, what happens like in 2008 when people walked away from their houses?
Yeah. The bond holders, the folks that put the capital up to issue the bonds, would be in a position to take those back basically via property tax lien process. So if the property was foreclosed on, they would have the opportunity to recoup those costs. So the property is the underlying backstop.
So the property would probably be worth even less because they're going to make their money back.
Yeah, and typically they're in first place before your mortgage. So they have some surety in that.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, and on to the next. So AB 602, this is a new law. California passed this law in September of 21, and it took effect in January 1st of 22. Some of the effects of it are increased agency transparency on fees and zoning issues, but as it is related to impact fees, it changes the way that residential development impact fees are to be calculated. The state says we want the fees based on the home size, square footage, or agency, you need to make findings to justify an alternative rate basis. That's what staff have done. Staff and City Attorney's Office have worked together to draft that Appendix A of the Nexus sheets that you have as Attachment 4 in the staff report. So there's 3 findings that we have to make. I've got those on the screen. Basically, the summary is we need to be able to agree to these findings to be able to continue with the long-standing fee program that the City of Clovis has had. We've had alternative metrics that are not square footage. They've been successful, and we want to keep moving ahead with that same fee program. If we don't approve of that, or I should say if council considers it and does not agree with the findings, we have to revise the rate structure, and I have to come back and present you new fees. So this is a very key component to tonight. We have to approve AB 602 in order to also approve the rate schedule. No, this is new. We avoided it last year because we got the fees in just before we had to make these findings. But I'll pause here to see if you have any questions on that.
Mayor, I have a question. So, I don't know if I completely understood this, so hopefully this will make sense. The fee structure we have currently used, and we're able to get in before this deadline last year, is not by square footage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that it's been successful. What is the determination for success if we're in a position where our increases haven't kept up with the market? And I know last year there was some limit on what you had requested, but it seems like there must be something I'm missing there if that was successful but wasn't really keeping up with what we needed.
Yeah, so maybe successful was a very subjective word to use. It's been something that the industry is used to. We've been doing this for many, many years. It's predictable for them. It seems to serve them well. The state wants to go to square footage, and it's just unfounded. They don't have the documentation to say, why that's the best. They leave it up to the agency. We have a lot of data that supports the way we charge our fees, and we think that there's a good, reasonable connection between how the fees are charged and the units that they're charged for. We've got units, we've got acreage, distance, things like that.
And Sean, I'm sorry, I was going to ask Sean, and that's all broken out in the resolution as far as the justification, the explanation? So you want to refer council to exactly where that is?
Yeah, it's in the resolution, the summary of the findings, but there's much more detail in the Appendix A of the Nexus report. So my work with the City Attorney's Office, we've gone through fee by fee. We've highlighted what their basis metric is. You'll notice that it's not square footage of the house, but how we feel that it's the most reasonable application of those fees, and that the correlation between the impact of the project and the need. Remember, you kind of talked about that a little earlier on, that we have to justify the connection between the fee, the project, and the need. And we just don't have that connection for square footage of a house.
So that justification starts on page 204 of the packet, and that's something that we worked with the city attorney on putting together. An example is we have master plans that are based and sized based on single-family residential units, multifamily units, and retail or office square footage, that kind of thing. So those are the units that the system's based on. Those are the units you want to continue to use. It doesn't really fit a square footage type of structure. And it's a similar thing for parks and the other fees that are not based on square footage.
I guess it begs the question, have we, in your kind of scenario planning, have we looked at some certain subset of fees based on our standard and accepted practice versus the square footage of residential, of houses or multifamily? Have we, to see what the numbers turn out to be?
We've done just some very preliminary work, but nothing detailed enough to bring before you or to really stand behind. We've taken a look at, the data that we have, and it's just, it would be very difficult to make a correlation from the data, like, let's say, water usage, and correlate that to square footage of a house, because there's just such a wide variety of sizes that can go on any density of, our numbers are more fitting of the land use than they are of the size of the house on that land use.
And I assume the author of AB 602, the premise is smaller units use less services?
I can only assume that, yeah. It seems to be an intent to remove some barriers for like infill projects or higher density projects. We think the fee system that we have now if you can see in the fee scenarios, as you increase in density, your cost per unit decreases. So we think we're meeting the intent of AB 602 already.
All right, you better keep going before we ask you more questions. Oh, I tried. Sorry, Sean.
Okay. And so we're applying the same standard for commercial properties then? Because does this 602 apply to commercial or is it only residential?
Only residential.
Only residential, so it doesn't, okay, got it.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Scott, can you do me a favor and take a look at the last paragraph of page 206, which is the conclusion of the analysis that was done with regards to AB 602? Would you agree with that?
Where'd you send him, John? Sorry.
Page
The very last, yeah.
last paragraph of page 206.
I'll just read it for the record, just so it's clear. It's in the findings attachment to the Nexus study. In conclusion, the current method in which development impact fees are imposed, either on a per unit basis or a per acreage basis, has proven to be a fair means for housing developments. To charge based on a square footage basis would be unsupported by empirical data and less compliant with the Mitigation Fee Act. And I guess that's I think, staff's conclusion and our office, the city attorney's office conclusion, based on the historical data that the city has for charging based on per unit and per acreage. That complies with the Mitigation Fee Act. We're frankly not sure, based on the analysis or lack of analysis that's been done, based on a per square footage basis. We just don't have the data to back up being able to support that under the current legal standard and the Nolan and Dolan test. You've got to have a nexus, and it's got to be rationally related to the cost is all associated. We don't have the data really to just up and change the manner in which the development impact fees are imposed, to choose a completely different metric to charge development impact fees on housing projects.
The page before 205 gives a little excerpt from the Mitigation Fee Act, and it gives 4 points that have to be met according to the Mitigation Fee Act. So this is just a new layer from the state on top of the Mitigation Fee Act. You have to comply with AB 602.
But Scott, to be very clear, we did not make an analysis of even a project, even of one we've approved. We can tell square footage by just the plans and all that, to say, hey, look at this lot we approved, look at our current analysis, we are still lower. So we can actually go and take something we approved and look at it, but we did not do that. I just want to be clear. So just to say we didn't have data means, okay, yeah, because we only had units. But did we really take one and actually definitively look and go, oh, we are doing better? And so I just want to be clear, because here it sounds like we kind of did what we did, but I heard that we didn't, and so I just want to be sure that we've done our due diligence. And so as we're approving it, we go, yeah, we've
yeah, I'm not sure that we've done it at the forefront. I think what staff could perhaps do is over the next year, or maybe even look back at the last year. I mean, I guess the only way you could do it is to calculate the total amount of square footage, housing square footage that was approved in the last year, and then compare that to the actual units or per acre fees that you did. I mean, you'd have several 100,000 square feet of housing units, and then figure out what the cost is. And
there's probably a couple ways to go about it, but we just didn't see that there was a good connection to even start doing that kind of analysis. As an example, the park fees. There's no correlation of square footage to park usage or whatever nexus there might be for park utilization or park need, things like that. It's it's based on population, which is basically housing units. It's not necessarily square footage.
Well, I'm looking at it from a defense standpoint in that someone up there told us to do this. So if we're not going to do it, can we defend it other than, no, it didn't look like we had the data, or, and so I want it to be much more substantial than, it didn't look reasonable, yeah, we don't think it fits our city. I think we need to actually go, no, we looked at, we'll just take one project that we approved, and we took the square footage, and based upon our fees that we put for that one development, it's this amount, but if we did square footage, it's this amount. I think that can be done easily instead of having to do the whole city. At least we can kind of go, you know, we did a couple projects, and we were still very reasonable and or like what that fee would have been. Does that make sense, what I'm trying to say, just to defend ourselves?
Yeah, we certainly can try to do something like that, coming up with how to figure out what that square footage amount should be. Maybe the only way to do it would be the way Scott's suggesting, and adding up a total square footage for maybe a geographic area and comparing that to the units in that same area to see where we come out fee-wise. But I think the intent is to try to give a benefit to the smaller units. But I think the most important part of that is that we still have to meet the nexus requirements. And because our systems are built based on units, our systems are sized based on units and population, which correlates to units, not necessarily to square footage. We didn't see that that was a worthwhile effort. If council does, we certainly can take a look at that.
I think Long's point would be, I mean, to make our case why we decided to, if we're going to go a different direction than what AB 602, it would be helpful to just do a case study. Take a project, what fees did you collect on any given map? It doesn't matter. Assuming those fees paid their fair share, and then what would that fee, if you'd taken that cost of the fair share and divided it by square footage, what would that cost would have been? I mean, maybe it's astronomically out of the question. I think he's just trying to make sure we have the data to say why we didn't do something.
So I think we tried to provide that to the best of our ability. We know that other cities have done a similar. I think this is actually modeled off of another city that has done it.
I wish I could take credit for all the work there, but I did use another city and some of their examples that they gave. So we aren't the trendsetters here. There are some other cities that have gone before us. I think too, Councilmember Vaughn, you're worried about defensibility. Like I said, we're not the first, but we're following suit. I think we're defensible.
I have a question on if you choose a methodology, square foot versus unit, do you have to do it for everything? So could sewer and water be, I'm making this up, sewer and water be by square foot and parks be by unit? Or, you know what I mean, like the places where the reasonability of their logic doesn't really hold up? Does that make sense?
I think you could choose.
So you could have a hybrid sort of model for whatever value that might be. I have no idea if it's even useful, but it doesn't have to all or nothing. Is that right?
You certainly could, yes.
Oh, my. Okay. Hurry, go, Sean, before someone else talks.
Well, we're getting to the end. So there you go.
Yay.
I'm circling back to the very beginning. Staff is asking council to consider and approve the resolution that makes the findings for AB 602 and also approves the proposed rate adjustments for fiscal year 23-24. That concludes my presentation, and I will stay here as long as you want.
Did an excellent job. Thank you, Sean. I want to go back to the question of your staff report says that given all this that we have, the average or the range of increases in 23-24 are 12 to 23%. Is that my memory? It's only been like 5 minutes. I've already forgotten. Is that right?
I think this might be the one that you're talking about.
12 to 23. Look at that. Okay. So all of this is 12 to 23%.
Correct.
The slide that has the water increase at 60, how does that factor into this average? I am terrible at math, but how does that work?
No, let's see if I can help.
Please. Math is not my friend.
So the increase for water itself and sewer is about $4,000. Okay, so I'm going to fast forward to it, that slide with all the data on it. So here, that's about $4,000 out of that number, kind of in the middle right, the 7627.
Okay.
So the water is a significant increase. It's 60+%.
And that 60%, I assume, came from the numbers a few meetings back where we were talking about the longer range needs for our water infrastructure in the $150 million, I mean, just really big numbers. Am I right with that? So we're trying to build that in today for those numbers 10 or 12 or 18 years from now. Is that right?
Right, right.
Whatever that turns out to be.
Right, and we got those numbers from our consultants who are experts in those areas. They have more frequent experience than we do with some of those bigger components. But we saw the pipe cost play out with some of the recent capital projects that we've done. So we've got confidence in the numbers that we've got before you and the work that the consultants have provided. We feel this is what we need to fund those critical pieces.
And is there a case to be made that some of those water infrastructure investments are some years out? They're not tomorrow. They're 5 or 8 or 10 years from now?
There are some that are more timely needed, but the whole system this is for the build out of the general plan. So there are components that are 5, 10+ years out.
So the case could be made if you took out those 10-year out away things. I'm not saying this is a good idea, but if you took those out of the number, the percent would be smaller. But then when you all came back in 5 years or 7 years or 4 years, the number could be bigger because the cost will have just gone up some. It's going to go up anyway. So whatever that number was, 150-some million, in 3 years it could be 210 million or something.
Right.
Is that right?
Right. So remember, we're trying to follow the nexus of the law. We're trying to look at what the cost is, what the project impacts are, what the need is. So take that big, huge cost, the whole system, and make each project pay its share into the system. So that's the whole big thing, not just a little 10-year window, but the 20, 30-year window as well. It's not easy.
Mm-hmm. And I think the question, one more question, sorry, Dan. We talked about how our permit numbers are low right now. So, and I know it's not just fees. I know it's VMT and the economy and all that. Our model is based on 600 to 800 units a year. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What if that model is wrong? What if our model is really 400 to 600 a year because of VMT and because, I don't know, other communities the model is based on some of those assumptions that potentially may not hold out, right? I think, I don't think we're the only city experiencing a slowdown. VMT probably shut down as much as anything else. But I wonder about that assumption, if that assumption is testable out. Am I making sense? That's something over time that if that is off, all this is off. Then the amount per unit is 120% increase because it's divided over fewer units. If you stay with units even, that, right?
So Michael, correct me, but the model is not dependent on the forecast of 800 units per year. It's not a factor. It's going to be identifying what the actual cost is and collecting what the actual cost is going to be for a single unit.
That's correct.
That is correct. What the 800 a year does is make sure that we pay our debt in a given year.
Right.
But the amount that each unit should pay is irrespective of the pace of development.
It just means we'll collect lower funds in a 200-unit year compared to 800.
But this constant is the debt, the bond debt, paying that off.
We have about $10 million a year we have to cover.
For the sewer and water funds, yes, there's debt that we're paying. Sewer is more dire than the water.
All right. Diane?
Okay. I'm going to try and see if I can articulate these questions also. On the water, the 60% increase, and it's our massive capital projects, I believe in the Northeast area. Is it a surface water treatment? And Northwest. My understanding from the presentations was those are just kind of ideas, that we don't actually have plans in place, exact definitions of what the project will be ultimately, because we're kind of in that waiting for certain things to kind of shake out. So my initial question, is that correct, for starters? Is that a reasonable way to describe it? As opposed to there's not a specific project that says by 2030, we're going to have moved to this point with this specific project. It's just kind of, these are the ideas that we think we're going to need in this area.
So there are a few things in play. The projects that are included in the fees are part of the master plan. They are planned facilities, and they're needed to complete the entire build-out of the city.
So there were certain ones that were like a satellite something versus a full plant.
So there has been some discussion from developers, and I think over the past years about, you know, because of the expense of starting, say, in the Northeast, maybe we look at some satellite plants. Maybe that would be something that's less expensive. That's been brought up by development. It's been discussed by council on a couple of occasions. I think it is our belief that the cost of that is not going to be less than what we're already planning for. You know, and I think that can be verified by some of the developers. I think the developers are pointing to some package plants that have been put in places like Tesoro Viejo and other places. But I think the costs that are being quoted by them don't cover all the costs of the permitting, the environmental work that has to go into resiting a plant, and all of the rework of the infrastructure that's going to be needed in order to make that kind of a thing happen. We believe that because we're so invested in the systems that we have already, the most prudent way forward is to continue on that path and build those facilities as planned.
So initially my question was going to be kind of what's the rationality of adding a project like that into a fee system at this point when we don't even know exactly, is it 10 years away, is it 20 years away? We don't have certainty with it. But I still want to kind of put that there, although you've sort of answered that. But am I understanding correctly that ultimately it's state law that is telling us what we have to do in terms of, you were talking about the nexus studies and that, so it's sounding almost like we have state law requiring some of these projects that are responsible for the huge increase in fees, the 60% specific to the water increase.
No, it's not the state law. The state law has been in place for a long time regarding the requirement to have a nexus between the kind of development and the amount of fee that you charge. It's just that for water in particular, those kinds of facilities have seen a large increase over the last few years in constructing water treatment plants and constructing storage tanks. Water mains we've seen in our own projects, you know, at least 50, even doubling in cost from what we've seen just 5 years ago. So for whatever reason, the water systems have just gone up in price way more than the other components.
And then finally, I just kind of want to put this out there more generally, and this may be because I'm the rookie here, but I feel like this is incredibly significant conversations that we're having, because I know as I was campaigning, thinking about running for city council, I heard so many times, you know, land use, development, those are the top things that come before you all the time. And what I've heard so many times in this presentation are a lot of different aspects of it that have variables, whether it's alternative funding mechanisms or even this, you know, new AB 602. where it's by square footage, by unit, and we have so much development going on and planned for in the next long while. I personally would find it incredibly helpful if we had an additional forum, because I feel like each of these elements could be an entire workshop, and I feel like I'm not going to be able to make the best decisions without fully understanding what all those alternatives and what all the variables and components to this whole thing is, and I don't feel like I have been able to just take these reports, even have meetings with different people, and be able to process it into something that I can really wrap my whole brain around. Does that make sense? And is that something that would be beneficial and possible?
I think anything is possible. I think what I would say is, I think there's two separate things. I think there's some really, I might say it a little differently. I think there's some really big policy questions here. And that old saying about just because we've always done it this way, do we keep doing it this way? And I really feel like this is a moment for the city of Clovis. In 25 years, I will certainly be dead. And I want to know that the city is ready to develop in 25 years. I need to develop today, we need to pay for this and that, I get all that. But I feel like more than ever in the last 22 years that I've been up here, this seems like a moment that we're at a crossroads. So I would say the discussion is about policy, and you know, I think the learning is one thing for sure. Take 22 years, good luck. You're smarter than I am, you'll get it faster. But I think that's what I think is before us. So that's what I'm trying to put together in my mind, is I just think that we probably cannot fund this city in 25 years on fees. I just don't know how that's possible. So that's what I'm thinking about from a long-term policy perspective. And I know we sent you back last year in this very room, after this very conversation about, come back and tell us what else is out there. And so the Mello-Roos conversation, I think, is super important. But obviously in one slide, I got to think about it a little bit. And the development's not really ready today. So that's what I'm thinking about. I think the moment is right now that we need to reimagine and just make sure we verify that this is it. This might be perfect. But I just don't think we can put that off any longer, because a 60% fee increase is a lot. And I don't know about area specific, and I don't know about what's citywide and but I think those more thoughtful policy discussions by you that are way smarter than, for sure, me, but I think we could weigh in. So that's what I think we're missing right now, or the opportunity, I guess I would say. So it's a little different than what you said, but I think it's along the same lines.
Yeah, I think it's the same idea, yeah.
I just think right now, we're at the end of our fee increases the way to fund development. I think it should still pay for itself, don't get me wrong, but I think there's got to be some other way. So, and it's no reflection on what you've all done, because you've done the work, and that's what we sent you back to do. So you're back with this. But I do, John and Andy and team, think that the moment of kind of reckoning with that is here.
If I could just ask, you mentioned it, the policy question that I need the city council to answer is, does development pay for itself?
100%. And the second question is, do we lower our standards? In my mind, one vote, absolutely not. So I don't know if you could have it both ways, but I think that's what I think.
You're limiting some of our options.
Yeah. I'm just telling you that. I mean, I think that's a policy question. Does development pay its way? And if not, who? Someone's got to pay it. And do we say, skip the parks, skip the trails? We don't have to look very far to see what happens to cities that skip the park and skip the trails. To Mr. Williams' comment earlier, right? We can skip all of that. But then what do we become? And we don't have to drive very far to see what you become. So I do think that is the policy question. We're not going to answer it tonight. That actually isn't the question on the table, but I do feel very strongly as a council member of one that that's really where we are. And none of us, I mean, probably be here in 25 years, literally, like here, but here on Earth maybe. But I think that's our obligation. We cannot keep doing this over time.
So Mike, with one of your last presentations, what options does the city council have to address the mayor's questions?
Yeah, could you have this done before you retire?
You're not helping. No.
Well, you got like a month. How much more time do you need?
I don't think we're going to see him again.
Huh?
I don't think we're going to see him again.
He's going to be on vacation the rest of his working time. Like, yeah, I'm done. I don't really need an answer, John. I mean, I just think it would be a good workshop conversation about policy. That, to me, I think is super important.
So, yeah, we've had workshops, a couple of times over the years.
Yeah.
And we've had the same discussion about, does development pay its way? If they don't, do the users pick up some portion of that cost? And, I think that there's some openness to considering that, but I think there's a strong desire to keep with the mantra that development needs to pay for itself. And if that is what remains, then this is, I believe this is the program that we have to use.
Yeah, I mean, and I certainly respect that. And I think, I think I said it last year too, I would love to have a discussion, and I'm a fan of, like, find me the smartest person on earth that does this, and let's get them in here and see what they say. And I don't know. What do other cities do? What are the 5 best cities in California? I don't know. This is a way. I just got to believe that we could at least have a couple other options to think about and decide the implications, right? Because I think Mr. Williams' comments are exactly right. He didn't go to Texas because we have a trail. Now, if we take out that fee for parks and trails, he might go to Texas. But I think that's why people live here. So they live here because of our quality of life kind of investments. Sorry, I'm going on. That isn't what is before us, but I do think that is a call, John, to have a policy discussion on what does that look like in the next 25 years or 20 years. Not today, but I think we've run out of that road of just fees and fees and fees and fees. At some point, I think we're going to price ourselves out of something. I'm not sure what. And you're going to say, oh, the developers always tell us that we're going to price ourselves out of that. And you do always say that. So, you know, we'll see if that comes to pass. Anyway, enough of that. Let's stop talking. Like me. Lynn, stop talking. Matt, talk.
So I agree with you on talking about different policies and looking at where we go in the future. You know, when you think about a 23% increase this year, is next year, is that another 20% increase, or is there another 15? And how does that keep going on, or are there other options? Maybe there's not. Maybe what Mike is saying is absolutely correct, and I truly have a lot of faith in what Mike says. But one of the questions I have going back to during the conversation is, how do we avoid AB 602 as a mandate and then say, no, we're not doing it, but then we're going to implement a fee schedule? So, I mean, I understand we put language in here to say that we have a new proposal, but then AB 602 says you have to follow these requirements.
So we are following AB 602 if you make the findings. So AB 602 says do it this way unless you make these findings. And so what staff is doing, in all fairness, we're 1 year into this AB 602. So it would require to go with the, I guess, the primary metric that AB 602 contemplates, the per square foot basis, would require a complete changeover from the city's current master plans, the general plan, methodology, everything else that's already been in place for calculating fees in the city. And that's presumably why AB 602 gives those exceptions for making the findings, because they realize that counties and cities are going to have to change in 1 year in the metric based on how you're going to impose development impact fees is a huge change. And so the city would be complying with AB 602 if you were to make the findings today.
Okay. But going forward, we would probably have to start really reevaluating how we do these policies too with 602, because most likely a policy or a change of the law will come next year, and the year after that saying, no, you no longer can do it this way, now you have to follow it this way. And then we'd find ourselves right back at the beginning. So
I think that's a good point, and I think it's fair. Again, we're 1 year into AB 602. I think it's fair from this point forward for staff now, and based on council comments, to be on the lookout of, okay, maybe we need to start taking a little snapshot of what would be the costs, or what would be the fees imposed if we were to do per square foot basis for residential. And we could compare that over the next year, 2 years, 3 years. But to require the wholesale change now, again, in fairness to staff, based on the master plans that we're looking at in the general plan, this year we thought it would be best to go forward with the findings, presenting the findings, because we think we can support the findings based on what we have in the record, present those findings to council and ask that you approve those findings. In subsequent years, we may need to to look at a different method.
Thank you.
All right. I think the other point that's important is the one that, because we only capped last year's fee increases at 15%, you're also recovering those costs, right?
Correct,
in the 12 to 23% total today.
Correct.
So if we continue to say, okay, let's sustain another 15%, we're going to be, I can't do the math. Hell, 8% behind again, and so 8% on top of last year. So we're going to dig ourselves in a hole if we keep doing this. So I think, right? Is that right?
Right. If we limit the fee increases, there are just potential ramifications that you need to consider. So just be aware of them. Our recommendation is the full ticket, but if we don't, then there's just potential impacts to us.
All right.
At the end of tonight, I would just like to circle back to, ask your consideration and approval of those AB 602 findings and the impact fees. I would love to be able to go ahead tonight with something or some action.
Got it.
But if we're not there, I'd like for City Council to consider, if you're not going to do the full recommendation by staff, we'll continue to fall behind. The BIA does have a recommendation on the table that they are proposing. What I'd recommend is that you consider approving the recommendation by the BIA and direct staff to go back and take a look at some of the policy that you're discussing.
Okay. All right. So somebody told me that I needed to practice the WAIT acronym, and it stands for what am I talking for? So WAIT, like that's my new thing. So Lynn, WAIT. But anyway, go ahead, Vaughn.
Now, I wanted to actually stand for the non-residential fees, and we have to do something about that. I think I've only heard it as rumor, but a development, Shepherd and Willow, our commercial fees are too high, so they went across the street. So Heritage Grove is going to keep having that, where if I stand for the non-residential in that it's the one revenue-generating development that is, more than just one time a year. And so how do we, or what do we also look at to help there? I know we're talking a lot about the residential only, but, for something, for example, in Area 1, if it costs the fees of $336,000 to come in, I mean, small business is not going to be able to afford that at all. And so no small business owner in Clovis is going to be able to build something new. And if it is this high, it is very difficult for us to create jobs and also revenue-generating development. So let's look at that. I also wanted to say that with regards to, back to just AB 602 from the last time, I think what we miss when we do just the units is it goes 7 and then 14. But I think the intent of 602 is, well, if someone builds 13, they're still in that 7 category. Yet square footage, potentially it could have been lower because we're almost at the 14, but we can't include them in that sub-14 category. So that's why I think we need to be able to defend ourselves that if someone comes up with the 13 units per square foot, we're charging them in the 7 units because the next category is already 14, and then it goes to whatever, okay? So that's all I see, that we just need to be able to defend ourselves because our units, depending on the type of development, kind of jumps around and leaves a gap. So am I reading what our chart is correct? Because it goes 7, and then it goes to 14, and it goes to the 15, and then it goes to the 20. So if you build in between there, I don't get the 20 because I'm at 19. So I'm probably still in the 17 units per acre, which potentially I could have been lower if I did square footage, but I'm not sure. We could have been lower anyway.
Those scenarios are just theoretical projects. We have much more granularity than that in the fees. I mean, if you look at the fee table, you see the categories we're just not limited to the 14, 15, 13, 7.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure that we really protect ourselves in that, we're comparable in what they could have looked at and say, well, there you go, Clovis, you're not abiding by what we say again, and not justified. So that's it.
All right, I'm going to open the public portion really fast before any of us talk again, mostly me. All right, let me open the public portion of this item, inviting folks who want to comment on this issue to come forward. Ms. Miller.
Ah, I found the right button.
Did you say this was fun?
I beg your pardon?
What?
I said I found the right button for a change.
Oh,
Usually someone has to come help me.
I thought you said this is fun. I'm like,
No. No, this is not fun. I'm actually here to represent landowners. I know this has been a discussion among builders, but this has profound effect on property value for people who've owned land for over a century, as many of us out in Loma Vista have. So I prepared a speech. Usually I just speak extemporaneously, but I'm asking something for myself, not for the benefit of the city, so it makes me nervous. So I will tell you that, for the record, I am Sarah McFarland Miller. I'm a partner in McFarland and McFarland. The address is 4250 North Highland, Clovis. We are now annexed to the city. That won't be our address anymore. I'll have to learn a new one. I am formerly an elected director representing Division 1, which includes the city of Clovis and the Fresno Irrigation District. I am also a former member of the California Water Commission. I was appointed by Governor Pete Wilson. The former FID manager, Gary Serrato, asked me to represent agriculture at large in forming the North Kings Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And I served on the technical advisory committee that created the North Kings Groundwater Sustainability Plan. So I would say that I know more, slightly more, than the men on the street about water. Fresno ID delivers on average 500,000 acre-feet of water annually to the Fresno metropolitan area. Without this water, there would be no Fresno, nor a Clovis, and all of our wells would long ago have been pumped dry. For over 100 years, my family and our neighbors have paid the assessments that make it possible for our city to flourish. Those landowners on the other side of the Enterprise Canal have been pumping water and paying nothing. When the city proposed a water reuse facility in Loma Vista, many of our neighborhood objected. Our family supported the plant in order to keep that wastewater here in Clovis. Highway 168 and Clovis Community Hospital, among others outside Loma Vista, have benefited greatly by using the purple pipe water discharged from the plant for many years. Now the city is asking the landowners of Loma Vista to help carry the cost of developing Heritage Grove, only half of which is inside FID, and the Northeast Village. The new facilities that will be built to the north, almost entirely outside the FID service area, will provide no benefit to Loma Vista. This is inequitable and will create a barrier to the quality of development envisioned by the Southeast Urban Specific Plan. On behalf of my family and our neighbors, some of whom have also farmed the land and paid our FID taxes for more than a century, I am asking you to reject this unfair citywide cost sharing of water and sewer development fees as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sari. Appreciate your comments. Others wishing to comment? Any questions for Sari?
Sari, I did have one question.
Sorry.
So if a project is 100% in FID, then you're okay?
Yes.
Okay. So
but I just feel that by creating neighborhoods outside the Enterprise Canal, you are automatically taking on lands that have special demands, and I see no reason for people who have brought the water here and paid for it to pay that extra cost of developing outside the FID, and that's fundamentally my point.
So for Heritage Grove, if we parched it out where anything in FID, you would be okay to support
yes.
those development or those to share, but anything out of FID is more that than
area.
Well, in the limited amount of research I've done on all these fabulous numbers that planning has developed, engineering has developed, I don't think that Heritage Grove is really the problem. I feel awkward speaking about this because I'm not speaking with authority, but it's looking at the northeast, which is so far out, and you have no idea where the water is really going to come from. The water plan had water coming from the Frank Kern. A lot of political things have changed since those ideas were put on the table. So I'm not saying you can't grow there. I'm just saying growing there is going to be expensive. And I see no reason why those of us who've been bringing the water to Clovis all these years are the ones who have to pay for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. And before Mike, just for the record, we have two public comments on this item from Ryan DeYoung at, Brandon DeYoung at DeYoung Properties, and then your letter, Mike. So, hello.
Good evening. Been a long hearing, and probably may go on for quite a bit longer. Mike Brandini, representing the Building Industry Association, 420 Bullard Avenue, Suite 105. As John indicated during the discussion with the council, we have proposed a CCI, which is about 4.6. We feel the 61% is really unsustainable, and we're really trying to figure out what's driving that. Provost and Pritchett provided a report to the staff, but it was not very detailed as to costs supporting their estimates. They just said, this is what this cost, this is what this cost, and provided no substantial supporting documentation to tell us why that was the case. Now, in the sewer fee, the firm of Blair, Church and Flynn provided very detailed cost itemization for their projection of these various costs. So we looked at it and we said, okay, we can understand this, we can understand that, and we have experience here, and we have experience there on these various components. This cost is reasonable. And as we found out just recently, that there was an error made in the calculation of the sewer fee, which brought it down to by about $1,000. So even the 4.5 may not even, the 4.6 CCI may not even be needed on the
guess that's how we tell you now that you've talked long enough. Will you turn off your mic?
I didn't intend on hitting it, but maybe I did. My hands flail around a lot, so I'll keep them anchored to the shelf here. But anyway, the sewer may not need to be adjusted hardly at all, just a few $100s. But we concur with the discussion. I mean, this water sewer plant, the water treatment plant, is a long-term investment, and it likely, most of the project may not even get started in terms of financing for 10 years. For the Northeast, there's no reason to build any infrastructure to support the Northeast until 2035 at the earliest, when you can provide financing for the sewer improvements. Because if you can't sewer it, there's no need to provide water out there. So it is an issue. We think there's some serious policy discussions that need to be made by the council, because we do not believe that these kind of increases over the last 2 years that staff is recommending, even with the 15% cap last year, you're talking almost 35% in 2 years in some cases, and we just don't think that's just not sustainable. You just can't have those kinds of increases and stay in business with the city of Clovis, with the price of land, materials, construction cost, fees between the Clovis Unified, the city of Clovis. There are no entry-level homes being built in Clovis. The price is just too high because of all these various factors. You know, interest rates is a factor. People were being able to afford a much higher priced home because the interest rates were so low. Now interest rates are back to historic norms, and people are having to adjust to that. But we really believe that we need to go back and look at how can we finance this stuff. Not just, is there I know there's no magic formula. I mean, it's going to cost. But do we set up a major development community facilities district that covers the entire Northwest and the entire Northeast, and set it up now so you can start incrementally collecting those funds over the years? Because one of the, I do acknowledge that one of the drawbacks of setting up a Melrose or community facilities district is that there is a delay in collection. Once you can't start collecting until the resident moves in. So there is a 1 to 2 year delay after the resident moves into that new home where you can start collecting revenue from that house. So that is one drawback. If you're going to use it to finance capital facilities, then you've got to really set it up well in advance and structure it such that everybody contributes to it. But obviously a drawback is that when you set up a big area like that, you got a lot of property owners, and they may not be willing to have their land support that assessment. And that's always the drawback. The developers will annex their properties, but will the people who are maybe not going to build for another 15 years or sell their land for 15 years, are they willing to come in and cooperate with the rest of the property owners? So I'll shorten it up, finish it up. I think that John had a good suggestion that we adopt the CCI as we gave you in our report, and then schedule some workshops to discuss the policies of how much should development pay. Is it feasible to set up these financing mechanisms? Is there a better way to build the infrastructure? Do do we need a huge water surface treatment plant in the Northeast, or do we need a bigger one where the existing one is? And just take a look at the master plans, because I know in discussions with staff, especially with the water, the reason they put that plant out where they did in the Northeast, it was obviously to provide better water service to the Northeast and the Northwest. But they were planning on water coming out of the Frank Current Canal. That's problematic. That brings in several negotiating partners, of which Clovis has absolutely no control over. So we think that needs to be reassessed, and it may be time to look at that master plan again. But these are the kind of policy questions that I think the council needs to deal with.
Thanks, Mike. So just so I'm clear, your proposal is CCI for all these items? Sewer, water, so 4.6 across the board?
Across the board. Maybe without sewer, because that price didn't come down. So, if the price calculated by the staff is less than CCI, that's what the price will be. So it'll be a maximum of 4.6%.
So just to be clear, 4.6 is way different than 12 to 23. So that's a
Right.
big gap. We had
That's
a
a
big
big gap.
gap last year that we're trying to make up. So now, is your proposal for, what is it, 4.6? You just said it.
Yeah, 4.6.
Sorry. 4.6 for 30 days, for 60 days, till next year, till we can do workshops?
Well-
What's the thing?
Well, what does the council feel comfortable with in terms of time? We can't do it in 30 days, maybe 90 days or 120 days. We should be able to hold a couple, I'm not sure how staff is geared to do that kind of analysis for these kinds of decisions. And I know they can't do it in 30 days.
And the fees would not,
Possibly
I was just saying,
possibly
the
90
fees would not
days.
be effective for 60 days, even if you approved it tonight.
Okay. All right.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Mike. Yeah, you bet. Others from the audience wishing to comment on this? Your clock is ticking. This is part of your 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is R. Calrissian. My business address is 389 Clovis Avenue, Suite 100. I had the opportunity to be on the BIA subcommittee that has been having all of these meetings with Sean and Mike and the team. And we've been at it since, I guess it was November. Time flies. And so I think I have a unique perspective of having spent a lot of time in the fees. And I think there were some areas of agreement, like Mike has referenced, the sewer fees. That's, I think what's proposed is fine. But I think on the balance of it, the BI recommendation is consistent with the clients that I represent and what their desire is for their projects moving forward. I think there is a lot of validity to the discussion that's been happening tonight. In general terms, there's 7, 8, 9 projects in the water major facilities fee that's driving most of it. It's a $556 million fee increase, total fee, which is an increase from $344 million. So this is hundreds of millions of dollars that's being added, driven by large projects like the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Plant. I think if I'm reading the numbers that was in the presentation or in the materials that staff had provided, that's like $114 million alone, just that one plant. That's $2,000 a unit, just that one item. So I think for, in terms of the level of comfort for industry to be able to sit down and talk about the cost of these things and evaluating whether or not the current water master plan is the appropriate one based on the cost. Sometimes you make a plan and you find out what the cost is and you say this costs too much. So what other ways of delivering water make sense? And really, the water, it's all in the water category. The water major, water oversight facility was 50%, the water front footage was 60%, and the non-potable water was 60%. The other fees, there were some areas of large increase, like in the street fees, but I think at this point, this idea of taking whatever the appropriate amount of time is, spending time in these areas where the fees are a significant increase above CCI, above this 4.6%, would be appropriate. I've also mentioned to staff and others in discussion that it would be good to know how we stand in comparison with fees to other cities. Even if nothing changes, just at a point of reference, I think it's a healthy thing to do, and I think Mike says in the past he has done that for council. And maybe from that we could glean some potential practices that we would want to consider. You know, they may have different ways of calculating the fees. There should be the policy discussions that you're talking about. For example, the idea of parks has come up. I think the parks master plan fee is something on the order of $150 million. And we could look at, you know, can we still have the trails and parks, but is it really $150 million? Is that the right number? And so on and so forth. So I think for all of these things, spending more, at least I'm personally willing to spend more time if I'm invited to do so, and I think that would be healthy. And other than that, I think it would be good to know I think this idea of like, let's get some other experts in the room to help us, whether it be the financing, what the cost should be, what the plan is, and or the way that the fees are applied in the policies. Some of this water item, or at least one of them, if I understand correctly, is because we want to have year-round water. That's great. I think we all would attest to that, but that's probably a benefit from that's a benefit to not just new development, but existing City of Clovis as well. So there's all those types of discussions, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but thank you for your time and for this discussion this evening.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Clovis City Council. My name is Darius Assemi with Granville Homes. First, I want to thank Sean and Mike for all the time they spent with the industry, with many of us, trying to address some of the questions and concerns. I mean, there's a lot of work went into this, and we appreciate the attitude and the attitude of collaborative effort to try to come up with the best solution for Clovis. In my mind, you're at a crossroads. The 15% hike last year, between 15 and 20% hike this year, and how should the city grow? What financing mechanisms should you deploy for new development? What options are out there? Mayor, you brought this up. Councilmember Pierce, you brought this up as well. Should we do a workshop and get some of the best experts out there? And there's many out there. There's several communities in Madera County that have actually financed their entire master plan development through the use of some of these tools. At the end of the day, you know, someone's got to pay for that. Prop 13 took half their revenue away from cities back in the late 70s. So somehow we're going to pay for this thing. Is it going to be property tax? Is it going to be base price of a home? Which means that I don't know if it was Mike or Oracle said that we don't have entry-level homes anymore in Clovis, and that impacts you in many ways, including some of your RENA numbers. Just for the record, we've, I believe Sean, or maybe it was Andy that brought this up earlier. About 20 years ago, we did a Melrose district for one of our projects in Clovis, the first developed project, and everybody paid a little bit more in property tax. We were way out there at the time, so we had to bring the water and sewer for over a mile, and we used that financing mechanism, not impact fees by the city. City didn't raise the impact fees on everybody else, but our homeowners paid for that additional service to bring sewer and water to that area. Copper River Ranch, City of Fresno, a different method. We actually have a satellite sewer treatment facility. We have our own water treatment facility as well. I shouldn't say treatment. We have our own water system. And all those were developer paid. And we figured out a way of create our own UGM fee for reimbursement as each home gets developed. Northeast and Northwest Village costs as part of this, and Sean can correct me, somewhere between $5,000 and $6,000 of this fee is to bring infrastructure to those two villages. We own property in Northwest Village. I don't own any property in Loma Vista, but Ms. McFarland put it really well. What is equitable? So for so many of these reasons, I think it makes so much sense to take a pause, get some of the best experts. Madam Mayor, you brought that up. Said, let's find the smartest person out there to come in, give us a workshop to help educate all of us. What options do we have available? I mean, these are complicated, complex issues that even it's complicated for me to understand what is the right options. How do you set the city of Clovis up? So 25 years from now, you look back and go, gosh, we grew well, we attracted a lot of people, we have a variety of housing, a price range in our housing sector, and we didn't punish people from coming to Clovis, and we grew beautifully. And here's the mechanisms. I mean, this has been deployed all over the state, some of these financing mechanisms. As far as AB 602 is concerned, I want to just, something that we've talked about, I have talked about briefly with the city of Fresno, and they're beginning to deploy that park fees, roughly $5,000, is that right, Sean? Park fees?
Our current fees?
Yes.
Yes, $5,000 a house.
And they're going to $20,000 a house. I'm just kidding. Eventually they will, right? In about 10 years.
Is that a motion? Is that a motion?
No, it's not a motion. But, so that means that a 700 square foot apartment or a 1,400 square foot two-bedroom home and a 3,000 square foot five-bedroom home all pay the same fee. So, yes, there's no correlation. I think Mike and I have had this discussion on, you know, how many people live in a 700 square foot apartment. Maybe 5 people live in there, I don't know, versus a 3,000 square foot home. But in terms of, you know, affordability, the 1,400 square foot home, by the way, we don't build a 1,400 square foot home. So I build a lot of the 3,000 square foot homes. But in terms of equity, and if you want a more affordable entry-level product that doesn't pay $5,000 a door, and that's just that one fee, that's a high fee to pay. And under several apartment developers in the room, we don't have any plans to build apartments in Clovis, at least not today, and maybe in a few years as part of another plan. But just, you know, again, a 700 square foot one bedroom is going to pay the same fee as a 3,000 square foot. So I think AB 602 could be a good tool to be utilized. Again, all of these, there's so much out there. It really makes sense to hit pause, and honestly, for as long as it takes, so we can get this thing right, all of us, in a collaborative fashion, so we can, you know, set a great pathway for the success of this beautiful city. Thank you.
Thanks, Darius.
I had a question. Darius, how come you have not used any of those mechanisms ever since you did it that one time? Is it just not feasible, or were the prices reasonable enough so you could build without having to do that?
Great question, council member. You need a large enough property and enough units to make sense, for it to make sense. Several hundred acres. So Belarus become, you know, every property owner needs to agree. Who brought up CFD financing? Was it Mike, or I can't remember? Andy. There's so many financing mechanisms. Dennis Gabe with Century Communities brought this up about a year ago. Should all fees be part of a CFD, including school fees, which means now you actually are collecting fees forever. You don't get the money up front, but you have a chance to collect it. So really, the Belarus becomes the size of the project. So for the first few years, or first few homes that are finished and occupied, very little revenue is coming in. So you have to oversell the bond to accommodate the first few years where there's very little occupancy until, you know, you have enough occupancy and make up for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doris.
Thank you.
Others?
Good evening, Council, Mayor Ashbeck. My name is Drew Phelps, here representing Granville Homes, 1306 West Herndon in Fresno. First and foremost, would just really like to give a big thanks to staff. Even though we don't always agree, I know that they really are exemplary when it comes to transparency, when it comes to communication. I know in some instances, in this particular case, they give a whole bunch of spreadsheets, which is not always the case in these sorts of situations. And so it's much appreciated that we do have that information, and they're very willing to discuss it with us. I would just really quickly like to be a little bit more philosophical. I know we're talking about a lot of dollars and cents, and kind of reiterate some of the points that some speakers before me have said, that some of the council members have made, which is really at the most basic level that I don't envy your position, right? We know that it's a balance, right? The level of fees, you have to maintain an attractive city, maintain the level of service that you alluded to, Mayor Ashbeck, and, you know, on our end, we look at reimbursements as well, right? And that has to be up to par with what we expect to be paid back for the work that developers do. But on the other hand, you know, we also have to look at what is equitable and what will continue to stimulate development when we're talking about debt service and when we're talking about just looking at future growth. I know Mike made a great point about housing affordability as a whole. And so it really is that balance, and it's a really difficult one to strike. That being said, I know that Clovis has always been a very forward-thinking city. I know that when you look at whether it's the master plan communities, looking at Loma Vista, Heritage Grove, Northeast Village, looking at things like the trail system that Clovis has, it's always been very forward-thinking, looking toward the future and what's going to serve us best as the city continues to grow. And so I would ask council that we don't avoid that continued path of forward thinking, that we take this time now. I really appreciate your point, Mayor Ashbeck. I think Clovis right now is at a very transitional point where it's somewhere in the middle between a small city and a big city, dealing with some of the old small city problems, but also looking towards growth and what does that bring and how do we continue to pay for it. And so I think it's a great inflection point, and rather than, you know, looking and kick the can down the road, I think this is a council that can make a great decision when it comes to just how do we want to grow as a city? How does Clovis continue to deliver on what it has for so many years? And so just to reiterate some of what Darius had said, I know there are great examples from around the state of how other cities have managed this issue, even some more locally. Right in our own backyard, we have examples, and we know, you know, within the Granville structure, I know so many other folks in the industry have dealt with a number of consultants who would be interested in helping out or at least kicking around ideas, and so we would be really interested in engaging in that process, and that is our request, to continue to explore the options, look at what we have before us, and really make that decision that's going to be as forward-thinking as possible.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, Drew, can you help answer that question with regards to the 57,000? Are you able to answer that question?
Yeah, so that number for some of our smaller homes, you know, it's an average. For some of the smaller homes, to get to a number that high, that would be including school fees, but on some of our larger product, we have the estates line, for example, you would probably be looking at about that amount, depending on the project, but yes.
Thanks, Drew. Anyone else? Anyone online?
No.
All right, last call. All right, we'll close the public portion and bring it back to the council. I do have a favor. Could you, so somewhere on all these pieces of paper, because I love paper, can you, or tell me where I can find a summary of the percent increases in these categories that the BIA has, sewer, water? Where does it say like 15%? I can't find it now. I'm a little exasperated. Streets, parks, where does it say that?
I did not provide that in the staff report.
Oh, so I can't find it because I've not lost my mind.
Well, I have a hard copy of it, but I didn't provide it to you.
That's okay. So it doesn't sound like the sewer increases are really on the table right now. The water you said was 60%. Is that right?
It is shown on the individual sheets that look like this.
I'm gonna look at as long as this is in color. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mike. Yeah, each individual next to sheet, so we could go one by one and take a look, or if you just wanted to direct staff to limit any increase to 4.6 or whatever you choose.
Okay, that didn't help. As long as it's in color, maybe it was not a single, got it, okay, all right. All right, council, what is your pleasure? Drew?
I have a question. I'm certainly open to having workshops and finding out if there's a better way to do this. John, is this going to require us to hire a consultant? Can staff handle this? I mean, obviously, we're going to have a change in our engineering department.
It's likely that we would have to bring somebody on board to assist. You know, Drew made a point.
What's the ballpark what would that run us?
Well, a couple things. One is going to be that with Mike's departure, asking staff to go back and take a look at analysis to do a different way of doing business with regards to our development impact fees is on the low end, 6-month endeavor, would you say? On the low end, a 6-month endeavor. Give you an idea on the sewer and water master plan. I mean, this is really complicated, and it's likely to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring somebody on board and do a thorough analysis, if depending on how deep the dive was. And I'd look at Mike to help me out.
Well, when we did the master plans, John, you remember that we hired Will Dan, and I think it would, the price tag on that was $200,000. And his charge was to take a look at our fees and sort of validate what we are doing and also talk about the alternative funding opportunities.
When was that?
That was probably in 2016, 2017.
17.
Yeah. So they did look at those things, and they came up with the same list that basically we discussed tonight, the Mello-Roos, the CFD, and the various things, and things that we didn't learn a lot from, and we went through the process of going through our fee analysis with that consultant. Now, we weren't focused on trying to find a different methodology, but he pretty much validated what we were already doing. We spent $200,000 to get that. So we would have to set up a scope of work that really details how we're going to, what it is we need this consultant to look at.
And I guess part of it would be we're not bringing a consultant on board to validate what we're currently doing. We're possibly bringing somebody on board that's going to assist us with different ways of looking at it.
Right.
Well, Mayor, I would think that the question you posed is what needs to be analyzed as, do we change the policy of the city in which now users start to pay? You know, users, do you want this way of life? And if you do, how much are you willing to contribute to keep it? And it could be zero, and then, okay, it's all back to the developers, and then we'll see where it goes. But I think that's a fundamental question in which we need to analyze and bring back, because that will then open more doors for you to bring us what we can look at. But if it's still just development pays its own way, then I think you know enough. I think you do. Like, hey, there's Mello-Roos, there's CFDs, there's this. Well, you know, what do you want us to do? And so I don't think we need to pay anyone for that. It's just allow them and say, hey, bring all those in. We're going to accept everything you bring in now. Council's open to what you have. And so I think that fundamental question, Mayor, is the big one that's faced us right now.
Bong, you're saying to have the developers bring it back to us?
The policy of development, developer pays its own way. I think that's a fundamental question we have to decide. And I don't know if we need some analysis in order for us to help us decide, but that question, I don't know where it leads to. You know, where we change that policy, and now it'll change the way we do business, which will change the way you all analyze how we generate and grow.
I think we can anticipate, we were discussing the senior center fees. We're talking about $2 to $3, and we're quibbling about that. I'm sure people are going to go, well, I got my house. I don't care if anybody else gets theirs, which is something we deal with all the time. I mean, it's human nature. But I think if we know exactly what the options are, that would be perfect. I frankly think the development community should help pay for this consultant also. I mean, not pay for it all, but because we're going to use this for other things, but I just don't think that the taxpayers should bear the entire cost of the consultant. Granted, it's going to take 6 to 8 months, and I guess then the other question is, what do we do tonight to cover our costs until we have that analysis? And I think that the CCI figure is a little low. I understand that, but I'm not sure that that's the true number either.
But let me go out of order because you said the developers should pay for this. Doris, do you want to comment, I assume, on that comment?
Yes, please, thank you. I don't know, I haven't talked to Mike about this, Mike Frandini, but you could have a policy session, somebody come in, not spend 6 to 8 months to go analyze all the numbers and all the data, but come in and say, here's some options you guys have to look at. You have an incredibly competent staff that needs direction from you guys, but you need somebody to come in and say, we did it at Riverstone, I did it in Southern California, we did it at Tesoro Viejo, and here's the pros and cons. Your property tax will go up here, and fees comes down here. Everybody pays their own way. I think you just need somebody to have one evening in a workshop to give some examples of what they've done and some help with some policy decisions.
Okay, thanks. I thought you were offered to pay for it. You white.
Where's Mike at?
Sit down. We'll work on that later. All right. Thanks, Doris. So thoughts, any other, so there is a request in front of us, for these particular actions, and seems like there's some options.
If the council would allow, there's a few things that were talked about that I would like to discuss, in a little bit more depth, if that's okay.
Sure.
So one of the comments came out that, the cost of infrastructure that's outside the FID should not be shared by property owners within the FID. For water supply, there is a differential rate for customers to pay that or for developers to pay that. So if you're in the FID, you pay a much lower rate for the water because there's already water supplied by the FID that comes with the land. Outside the FID, the fee is much higher for that water supply. So for that component, there's already provision for that difference. As far as the rest of the system, as we discussed earlier, we built our system on a system approach. We need this system, this much capacity to serve all the units within the general plan. Everybody pays an equal share of that component. So we feel that that is a good way to do it. There's a discussion about whether, I mean, if we had, for example, if we had sited the plant in the Northwest, the sewer plant I'm talking about, then the infrastructure to get everything to that location would have been logically borne by the Southeast. So the siting of the plants and the big pieces drives the overall system and has a different effect on the different areas of the city. So that's why we believe the system approach is the appropriate thing there. As far as the Provost and Pritchard method and the lack of detail, we did look at that. While they didn't provide line item detail for all their estimates, they did do an appropriate way of evaluating it based on projects they know about. So we do trust in the work that they've done and believe that it's good stuff. I think the costs and the size of the system are right. The capacity that we need is there. So it's just a matter of how we pay for it that's left. We can continue to talk about costs, but I don't think we're going to see a lot of movement. And I think that's about it that I wanted to cover.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Uh-oh. I did it once, I'll do it again. I know that's that look.
Precedent.
I know, darn it.
I just want to make the comment. There's infrastructure and then there's annual supply. And we recognize that there is a differential between the two, FID and non-FID. I would not describe that as a very big difference. It's not substantial enough. And the reason the sewer plant is where it is because if you will talk to Steve White, he will still remember it was ideally located to take advantage of gravity.
It was downhill.
And we had to talk him into pushing it farther toward the east because it would have been ideal if it had been right next to our home place. And so that was the idea that actually birthed the whole idea of tying it together with the lift station and tying to the Fowler trunk line, which has made a lot of difference for the city in terms of making it work. But building a wastewater treatment plant in the Northeast has no benefit to Loma Vista. Just because it completes some system or some map and you've colored in every square doesn't make it a system that helps. We're still in our first module for the wastewater treatment plant, and there's plans for 2 more. So that plant is far, far away, and there's no reason the cost of that infrastructure should be in the numbers we're looking at right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's the end of my precedent right there. Any other thoughts?
John, earlier you said you were asking us to approve the 4.6, right? And so you said that's staff's recommendation.
No, let me just
Okay.
clarify.
Okay.
It's going to be that it's still staff's recommendation to approve AB 602 findings and to approve the development impact fees. If it's council's consensus direction that you were going to direct us to go back and take a look at or an analysis on our policy and what we're going to do, that could take 6 to 8 months, you know, for us to come back in a workshop forum and get council up to speed to make a determination. And I'll look at Mike, make sure he's not shaking his head too much, at least for us to get some kind of win tonight, to get something out of it, would be to consider something along the lines of what the BA has recommended with the 4.6, knowing the 4.6 is significantly lower than what staff recommends, in addition to the 10% that we didn't increase last year. Mike, shoot me if I'm way up base, just to get a win.
He's going to retire tomorrow at this rate.
I think, yeah, something is better than nothing because we're still playing catch-up, but another option may be, since the contention is with the water element, the 60%, maybe you look at applying the fee increase to the other categories besides water at the rates that staff is proposing, and then take a look at water, something like that.
Can you tell me what those are? That's what I'm trying to get at. So tell me in a single paragraph.
So if we took water out of this, what would it represent?
Yeah, so what would streets, like that's, I'm trying to find the percent for parks that are in here.
So streets, you have that? Okay.
So you have each fee in the nexus studies, so line by line by line.
Can you give me in a list?
Yeah, so I've got the table with percentages next to it that I did not include in the staff report, but, so for water.
Can you just hand me that piece of paper?
Sure.
Let's see it.
So what would be the percentage increase if we took water out of it and evaluated it separately?
Sean, I think that the water represented about half of the increase, or a little bit more than half, right?
So about 10%.
Well, it was $3,600 out of like 7,000. So yes, it's roughly half for the residents.
In this scenario on the screen, if you back out the water increase, which was on this screen of 3690, out of that 7627, that would drop it down to a 9.8% increase rather than a 19.1.
So it'd be half it, 19 to 9.
Yeah, by taking, well, I mean, but we might consider some increase in the water. Yeah.
Right, but potentially we could just defer it to do the analysis and come back with that.
Some of the other large increases are in the street fees. For instance, Area 1 is 19% per rooftop. Area 4 and 5 are 16 and 17%. Respectively, per rooftop. I mean, I spend most of my time talking to the residential developers, and I know those numbers really well.
So I have an idea, maybe this. So is there something magical about tonight? It has to be tonight? No. I don't believe this, no, just kidding.
It just means what's magical is just we implement the fees close to the beginning of the fiscal year.
I understand. So here's what I'm worried about. We're throwing all these numbers, and with all due respect to BIA, it's just a number. 4.6 is woefully less than anything we've talked about. So that makes me nervous. Nobody's really evaluated. I'm not super excited about that. What if we just took a moment, right, hold on one second, and we brought it back in a week or 2 weeks or whatever, we have a special meeting, I don't care, but to try to get it to some place that could get us through 3 months or 6 months till we can sort this out, because I think it's too dangerous to like throw out numbers and how about 10 and 8 is better than 7, and that doesn't seem very responsible. So could we just hold on, continue this item, We heard what you said. Let's see if we can come up with some kind of a compromise. I do think the building industry is gonna have to pay us back at some point. The hole you're gonna dig, you're gonna pay out now or later. So I think we gotta be made whole somewhere. But I feel like if we could just hold on, not tonight, because it's 9:30, that seems, I don't wanna do that, but could we continue this item? You come back with something you can live with for, say, 30 or 60 days, 30 days, get it by July 1, we'll get that all done, and then figure out a way forward that might be taking all the fees except water, or taking water and take out the Northeast for the moment, or whatever it is. But could we just be more thoughtful than trying to throw it together right now? That seems right to me. And then I think Darius's idea about somebody to come in and do a 4-hour workshop on how do you do this, or how do other cities do that, makes a ton of sense. The public, I think everybody would want to know that. So that's what I feel like. My recommendation would be to continue this for just a moment and come back with a more responsible list. I caught Pong's coughing.
I'll just jump in. No, I think what I feel comfortable with is that we've kind of heard from everybody at this point. I almost feel like we're a couple months slow in at least council coming on board with this. I know stakeholders and staff have been in constant communication, and so I just feel woefully behind in trying to assess all of it and understand the complexities. And so I very much want, whatever we want to call it, a workshop, a policy session, bring in an expert to, tell us. I just want to make sure that I, as a council member, know every single option possible, that I know that we have looked, as the mayor said, at this moment or at the crossroads, as I think Darius mentioned, and we've taken that time to really even think outside the box. Because I'm sure whenever these conversations were had previously, there's new ideas out there now. There's new technologies. There's all kinds of things coming about. And so I think this is an important time to take the time to get it right. And whether that is a 60-day deal, whether it's ultimately a 6-month thing, I think whatever the cost is of a consultant or an expert or whatever is going to be recouped exponentially by getting it right. So I'm open to exactly how we want to lay that out, whether it's continuing this item for a week or whatever that might look like. But I do think this is incredibly crucial to get right at this time.
Matt, comments?
Yeah, I agree with pushing it out just a little bit. I don't think we should bring it back in a week necessarily, because there's so much more to digest. I would think maybe if we, work on some stuff for, 30, 45 days out, give us opportunities to kind of look at different options as well. Maybe it is a 12 and a 23 or whatever it may be. I think for me, the hard part, understanding the fee aspect of saying, it's going to be 23%. Am I paying 23% for now in order to just catch up, or am I paying 23% for what it's going to cost 10, 15 years from now to build something? So, I think these numbers get confused a little bit, to me anyways, when we're pushing it forward. So I don't know, am I paying for now so that we can keep going, or am I looking to try and build a pot to pay for something down the road?
All the costs are based on today's dollars. And a lot of the costs, and particularly in the water and sewer, include financing costs as well. And so for the 23% in, that's going to be, I think, the lower density stuff, Sean. And as you go to higher density, that's going to be the lower percentage. So it's a range. It's just a general range of the overall increase for different development types. So.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion, if we're okay.
Does it involve coughing?
Yeah, that's right. My motion is to continue this item until June 12th.
Can I make a recommendation that you just do a date uncertain at this point?
I'm sorry?
Could you, I'm recommending that you make it a date uncertain, because I don't know if we'll be ready.
Okay, well, I was thinking June 12th, just for staff to discuss all the fees with the exception of water. And this way, if we need to have a revenue source for the next fiscal year, at least we have covered those items. But I'm willing to go with the date uncertain.
I would appreciate date uncertain.
Okay. And also probably, now we have changed, and I actually forgot about this. We changed our vacation time for the council from August to July.
Correct.
When's our last meeting in July?
In July, I sent you a note on it today. You can take a look at it.
I saw it.
What we ended up doing was canceling the meeting we're planning on canceling the meeting of July 3rd because we have to have the building tented and we have to be shut down for 3 days, so it just works out. So we're going to cancel the meeting of July 3rd, and we're going to add the meeting of July 10th. So we'd have a meeting on July 10th, and then we would have 4 weeks off until the first meeting in August, which is August 7th.
I'm just wondering if we can have that workshop, of course, this is something for discussion later, if we can have that workshop sometime this summer so that we can hit the ground running. So my motion is to continue this discussion to a date uncertain, which time staff will come back with all the fees with the exception of water, which will be deferred until we have that more higher level discussion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion?
Quick question. Do we have to do anything with the AB 602?
No.
Not tonight, no. And if you're not approving new fees, then there's nothing to be had as far as AB 602 findings. Thank you.
We have a motion and second on the floor. All those in favor of a continuance to a date uncertain with fees coming back with everything except for water and a workshop, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries, and turn the meeting back over to the mayor.
Sorry about that. Thank you all. Whatever Vaughn had last week you gave to me, what's up with that? Huh? I know, now I have it. You're next. Well, then, great. You guys should go, like, so I'd sit down there. Oh, my Lord. All right. Oh, my gosh, it, like, overcomes you. Okay. Thank you. Item number 11 is a resolution for the, of the City Council for the City of Clovis confirming assessment for cost for abatement of nuisances and/or administrative citations for the following properties. Should I read them all on the record? What Scott said. 10 properties listed on the agenda. Andy.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So tonight, I'm going to be going over some background in relation to our code enforcement team and seeking approval of liens on the 10 properties that are listed on the agenda. With me, I have Dave Rosano and Abigail Tessereno, who is part of our code enforcement team, and they'll be backing me up on any questions on these properties. So a little bit of background. The code enforcement team at the City of Clovis is a cross-departmental team. I have the pleasure of leading that team. We meet monthly on a daily basis and communicate much more regularly in dealing with code enforcement issues across the whole entire city. The focus of this team is compliance with city codes, and compliance with the expectations our citizens have of our community. We really try to address neighborhood blight and neighborhood conditions that detract from someone's experience in our neighborhoods. If we have an issue, typically that team will go out and address it with the property owner or the subject property and try to seek compliance. If not, an administrative citation may be issued. Typically this is a warning citation, and if compliance is not had, then punitive citations are issued. They start at $50 and go up to $1,000 a time. Sometimes properties don't comply even after going up to $1,000 citations multiple times, and we work with our city attorney's office to gain access to the property to actually abate conditions, such as hazardous condition, abandoned car needing to be towed away, overgrown weeds, etc. Tonight, the council decision and role is to consider applying liens to 10 properties that we'll go through in a moment. That lien process is dealing with some of the 10 most challenging properties we've had over the past year. Some of the properties we've had to do abatements and abatement warrants on. Some are just for the actual costs of the citations that have been ignored and have not been paid. If someone gets a citation, they are able to appeal it to the City of Clovis, and we have third-party administrative review counsel that comes in to review those cases to uphold these. All of those cases have either not been requested for appeal or have been upheld by our appeal officer. If the liens are put in place this evening, staff will be recording those at the County of Fresno. The property owners were noticed a month ago of this hearing and that they could come to this meeting for consideration. They've had ample opportunity to pay those fines this council meeting, but we have not heard from anyone wishing to do so. So I'm going to go into, and also one other comment on the lien process. Once the lien is filed, then the city has a tool to address the issue more fully with the property owner. Sometimes it's the first time the property owner has finally engages. And staff does have the ability to negotiate any kind of payoffs on those amounts. So this gets the attention to hopefully get maintained long-term consistent compliance. This is a list of the property owners being considered tonight. On the right-hand side, it gives a very brief synopsis of the issues that we were dealing with. It also provides the total amount of citations issued, how much has been paid to the city, the current balance, and any fees we paid to a contractor and to the city attorney's office for getting to this point. The total amount of liens being requested to be placed is $161,290, with the lowest amount being $4,200 and the highest amount being $36,000 on a single property. I'm going to show a few pictures of kind of before and after, things that we were dealing with, just some samples, and then I'll talk about a document on the dais for you to review. 1411 4th Street has had various issues, a continued challenge for our community service officer to deal with. This is a property where we had to deal with weeds, abandoned vehicles, rubbish, and debris. You see the cleanup action and effort from the City of Clovis to clean it up for the neighboring neighbors. This is another example at 101 North Pulaski, where the picture on the left was a large amount of this debris in the front yard that has since been cleaned up based on these efforts. And 2395 Beverly is the same. And then 607 Coventry, we had major dead trees, fire hazard issue, and has been cleaned up through this process. So this is back to the list. On the dice is photos of the subject properties. All of those pictures were taken today. Some of those have had compliance. Some of those is because of the city's efforts. Some is because of the property owner. But regardless, none of those property owners have come in to pay their citations, which is holding them accountable for their long-term non-compliance. Most of these properties have been an effort of over a year from our staff to gain compliance. And with that, we have staff here to answer any questions for you.
Andy, can you just remind us about the fee structure for first citation, second citation, 30-second citation? How does that work?
Yeah. So this fee citation structure starts at $50 for the first citation, typically. I'm going to look over my shoulder to make sure I'm right on that. Yeah? Speak up.
Good evening. Hi. The fee structure for administrative citations, the first one, there's animal-related citations and there's non. For the citations that were issued in these cases, the first citation was $100, the second one was $500, and the third and subsequent was $1,000 per site inspection completed.
And the first one I counted, I think it was the Beverly, 33 visits.
Yes, ma'am.
Do these, I think I felt this way over on that property. I can't really remember where it was. Was it Bullard and Armstrong? That neighborhood that went on and on and on and on and on and on?
Chip Whiffler.
Say it again?
A neighbor of Chip Whiffler.
Yeah. So this effort is bringing these to you much earlier in the process is in response to that experience and to hold property owners accountable.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I'm not so sure that, I mean, it doesn't, if you're not going to pay, it doesn't matter if it's 1,000 or 10,000 if you're going to not pay. But I think the faster and the sooner, so I want to just commend you for doing that because I think that one did go on for such a long time. So anyway, thank you. 33 visits to 2695 Beverly. 2395. All right, that was my only question. Any other questions for staff at the moment?
I only have one question with regards to, with the citations, Scott.
I feel like we should blank out some of the information, even though they are, because it has their driver license, their everything, and so out of courtesy, should we block those out when it's brought before us? Or I just don't want, because that's a lot of private information we're putting out. We got their name and numbers, but when we see their citations here, I don't know how much of this gets out to the public with regards to our packet, but it has it all. Unless this citation is public record, then I'm fine, you know, where someone can just get it, but it has their driver license number. Personally, I'm very protective of that stuff. It's just any comment or for future.
Yeah, understood. The citation itself is a public record if it was requested, but if there's a desire, I don't know that for purposes of tonight or including it in the packet, we don't absolutely need to have that information. We could redact it in the future for future items if needed, but it's not legally required.
Just my thought. I don't know what the council thinks, but great job and appreciate the work you guys do.
Yeah, you bet. I'm sorry you had followed the fee discussion 3 hours ago. Dave, you didn't tell her about that part, did you? You could have guessed. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Any other questions for staff? Drew?
Looking at several of the pictures, there were two specific residences, the one on Coventry and the one on 4th Street, that were heavily weeded. Did we do that abatement, or did the owner themselves eventually come to the table and do it?
To answer your question, Councilmember Bessinger, going to 4th Street, we almost had completed 2 summary abatement warrants at that residence. One, to do the initial board up at that property. The windows were broken. The house was in disrepair. So we did do a complete summary abatement for the initial board up to the way it looks currently now. The property owner, at the brink of completing the second abatement warrant at 4th Street, did come out and he did mow the lawn. However, if you look at the packet that was provided to everyone today, the property is in disrepair. The weeds are out of control again. To answer your question, on the Coventry, we did have to complete a summary abatement warrant, and we cleaned up that property on behalf of the city.
And that was to include cutting down some fairly decent-sized trees?
Yes, sir. As a fire hazard, correct.
Is that an owner-occupied house?
It is. That is correct.
And just no response from?
The property owner is not here, is absent, but her son is acting on her behalf, and there was no compliance after several attempts, sir.
And the residents on, I actually went out and looked at all of these this weekend with the exception of the one on Winery. The one on Winery, it says inoperable, unregistered vehicle. Can you give me a little bit of info on that?
So in the City of Clovis, the municipal code basically states that a vehicle has to be both registered with the state of California and operational in order to be parked in public view. In the case of Mr. Garcia's residence, I worked that case specifically. It was not uncommon for him to bring home vehicles that were unregistered and inoperable based on the municipal code. I abated 2 vehicles from his property by going through the vehicle abatement process, in which he was able to get them back, and he put them right back into the driveway. So we have had extensive history with Mr. Garcia's residence, specifically for vehicles that are unregistered.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Open the public portion. Anyone here wishing to comment on this item? Are you here for this item at all? Do you want to say anything? Either one of you. I think you're both kind of looking like maybe you are. Do you want to comment or no?
Are you talking about resident specific, or are you
Anything related to this item?
anything related to item 11?
Correct. You state your name and address, that'd be great.
My name is Alex Renteria, power of attorney and representing Janie Dominguez at 339 West Ashcroft.
Okay.
I came here only to ask the council to push this back, to the city of Clovis. We had submitted, a letter and documents back in June of 2022, and followed up with numerous phone calls, and we got the same response of, that they were investigating this case. And we had a phone call as recent as January of this year, same response, and then we end up with this letter in the mail. Now, all these citations were due to, a case of elderly abuse where my nephew, her grandson, was taking advantage of her and abusing her financially, emotionally, verbally, et cetera. It took us a long time to get him out of the home, and since then, I don't know if you guys have the pictures of that, since the pictures were taken today, but we have restored that home in better than new condition. So I would only ask that the council either push it back to the city so that we can deal with them on who's actually responsible for this, or just dismiss this. I mean, it really wasn't my mother's problem. I looked at these citations, and for the travel trailer that's not even registered to her, the tickets are written to her. So, you know, how that comes into play, I don't know, but that's what I'm asking tonight.
What was your last name?
Renteria.
Renteria. Thank you, Mr. Renteria. Sorry. Thank you for your comments. I don't know the correct process to respond to Mr. Renteria, so maybe I'm going to ask Andy or Scott to help me out here.
I can meet with Mr. Renteria after this item. If the citations were issued and they didn't request an appeal within 15 days, the city, under the code, has very little ability to waive those citations. So I'm afraid that's what has occurred. That being said, council tonight does not have to approve a lien on this particular property if they so choose not to. The property, we do have a picture of it today. It's on page 9 of your packet. It is in good condition.
If I may respond
to that. Which we appreciate.
Yeah, if I may respond to that. We actually stumbled across this, and this was the only reason why we had submitted a letter to the city. We had found a box full of her mail that was unopened. Yeah. Like, he literally took complete control and didn't inform her of anything. We had no idea until we actually got him out of the home and got possession of it, what was going on.
Understood.
Thank you.
Mr. Unford, this is your mother?
This is my mother, yes.
And is she still in the residence?
She is in the residence now, yes.
Okay. And the residence has been, with your help, restored to
Correct.
A serviceable condition?
Yes.
Yeah. And council, I would recommend, based on the condition of the property, that council not approve the lien on this property this evening, and we'll work with the property owner
Separately. But the amount of the liens are still
The citations are still in existence, but we can negotiate that under our code with the property owner.
So does that make sense? Is that
does make sense, yes.
Okay, so we will take that, and we hear you, and we hear staff's recommendation that we take your piece of property out of this list.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Have a good evening.
I'm glad your mother is better. Mostly, I'm glad your nephew is gone. I'm not sure that's mine to say, but that's what I'm really glad about. Anyway, thank you so much. Thanks. And would you like to comment on any of these items? You don't have to if you don't want to. You have to come to the microphone if you want to talk. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Tell us your name and
My name
address,
is Brady Stewart. I'm the owner at 2951 Purvis. There has obviously been, several citations issued to me. I've gotten to know Miss Abigail very well. She's come to the house several times. I know that I'm looking at it's about $10,000 in fines and fees because I haven't really taken care of everything like I should have. So I'm prepared, for that. I just wanted to come here tonight, I guess just to see if there would be any chance of any type of reduction or something, I know that this is going on for maybe about a year and a half or whatever. I don't know if this matters. It's not like I didn't care or anything like that. I mean, I would get those citations and, you know, I would do something about it. I would, you know, clean up the area, and then it would just kind of get back to that same state. And, I saw, Abigail today. She came by and, you know, took photos again. And, was hoping she didn't get me in the doorway, but, anyways, and there's some stuff out there right now. I could go on and on with all kinds of excuses as to why they're out there, but anyways, I just, I do care. I am still working on it. I got myself into, I guess, kind of a deeper rabbit hole than I thought I was in. I remember telling, probably this gentleman sitting over here, we had several, like, phone conversations. Everyone was very nice. Everyone was trying to work with me. You know, they really were, and I really appreciate that. Anyways, I said to him, I remember, I'm like, it'll be done today or something, and I really felt like it would. He said, I'll give you until Monday, I think is what he said, and I'm like, okay. And I was just like, I realized how bad it was, you know, at that point. So, I mean, it's been embarrassing, and it's, you know.
Does it still look like this? This is today's photo?
Yeah, there's some things out there, you know, today there were. So anyhow, I just wanted to show up tonight and just kind of be a big girl about that, you know.
Well, thanks for showing up.
Ma'am, did you say your name was Brittany?
Brady.
Brady, I'm sorry. You know, this is not about the city of Clovis wanting to get money. We're not looking to collect money, but we're looking for compliance.
I understand.
And if the will of this council is for us to direct staff to work with you, we're gonna want compliance. And I realize sometimes we get in over our heads, but we do have 2 community cleanups a year. You can get a special pickup from our Public Utilities Department. You can avail yourself of those opportunities. But in the event that we do, you know, extend to you a little bit more time, there's going to be an absolute compliance expectation. And if you're not willing or able to do it, you should probably just say, I really can't do it, and we would just probably levy whatever we're going to levy tonight. If we, as council, direct staff to work with you, are you going to get this problem fixed?
So let me be honest with you. I am familiar with the 2, you know, twice a year. I'm familiar with those because I utilize them. Also, the special pickup, I have utilized that. I'm just being honest. And, I mean, I would love to have that offered again, just as another, I guess, a last resort, you know, maybe just one more chance, Brady, you know. At the end of the day, I guess I didn't realize how serious this really was, even though the gentleman explained to me everything that would happen. I don't know, I guess I just didn't realize the severity of it. So if, you know, you did work with me somehow, you know, I would try my absolute best, you know, to keep everything and everyone happy, all of my neighbors. I live in a cul-de-sac, you know. I guess, worst case scenario, if I would try my absolute best, but if for some reason I wasn't able to maintain that, I mean, I would just get more citations and then just have to take care of it, you know?
It looks like the total is about $5,100 on our property right now.
The total for that one is $9,275, $820 in contractor fees, $3,355 in attorney fees, and $5,100 in citations.
Okay.
Council, if I may, In order to hold, Ms. Stewart, accountable, it's gonna take us a little bit of time to get these documents prepared. And if council so chooses to approve the lien, we can prepare those documents and check on the property and have those ready to file if it isn't cleaned up and complied with. Also would ask our city attorney if that would be appropriate, but that is something that I'd be willing to do.
Yeah, it's in the staff report, even at the end, actions following approval. We're looking at probably 15 days, about 2 weeks or so from tonight before we can even get everything filed. So that was going to be, I guess, one last chance to check in. If anyone was to come forward and offer to pay off or enter into a payment plan or rectify the situation to staff's, satisfaction, I guess we can always reconsider. That's the authority the staff has under the code. Even after you approve tonight and authorize the liens to be recorded, that doesn't mean staff is going to record the liens in every instance, so.
But it says the action is if, following the passage of the resolution, if the owner hasn't paid the amount owed, we'll record the lien. Is it if you haven't paid the amount owed or cleaned it up, or are we saying it's the amount owed, clean it up or not? The language doesn't offer the cleanup.
No, the language doesn't offer that, so I'd ask for council to authorize that as part of the motion.
Did we already have a contractor clean this?
Yes, I would defer to.
Yes, sir. We went through the summary abatement process. Brady was aware. I was the one that completed that portion. She actually had an excessive amount of property out the day that we did that. But yes, we did have a contractor involved with her cleanup originally. And for the record, we've had 14 records on file in our electronic complaint system regarding her property for various municipal code violations. So it's not like this was only one-time violation. She has a history, unfortunately, of municipal code violations with compliance for a certain point, and then the violations come back, and then we have to continue go out and say, Brady, it's time to get this cleaned up. Unfortunately, that's where we're at.
And based on the photographs taken today, we're approaching. We're still in non-compliance with
Yes, sir. The Black Range Rover is expired since 2021, and the property in public view would be a violation where the case would be continued at $1,000 per violation.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Let us discuss this in a moment, and you'll see where we end up here. Anything else? Anybody else in the audience wishes to comment or here to comment on any of the items? All right, I'll bring it back to council for your thoughts.
I would say that we go forward with the process with the exception of the property, which one was that, 2951 Pervert?
West Ashcroft.
The 339 West Ashcroft property. Dominguez.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think, Tupa, you were leaning towards allowing staff to work, since I give her credit for coming out here. I understand that it's been difficult, but we will approve it. But if she works out a deal with staff, cleans it up by the time, then, we can see if she pays and at least we get something. But I would see if you'd be willing to amend it that way. If not, then that's my thought.
It's your motion, Matt.
No. Only because we've gone through so many efforts with her. I appreciate her coming in, but
I don't know.
Just, I think I was on the track of maybe saying, okay, let's see if we can work something out, but then, towards the end of the conversation, our officers are going out there on a daily basis, and even knowing that a lien's been put in place, it still looks like it does today. So, and we're getting ready to go through probably a whole nother abatement process with her. That's my thoughts.
you know, I think that staff has existing authority to, even at this point, after we approve this, to negotiate, compliance. Is that correct? Would that be correct? Right, we're gonna impose this, but we may not impose it all.
We will use judgment on that.
Okay.
But I hear council's direction loud and clear.
I didn't think we got a very good promise. So I think we go forth and give staff the ability to gain compliance through whatever means they need to use.
Well, I would just chime in, I think you need to recover the hard costs that we've invested, not to mention your time, which I think never gets accounted for in this stuff, which is my giant pet peeve, but I think the hard cost of the cleanup at the minimum, I mean, there are costs that we've incurred that we'll never see, even if she cleans up. So I'm a little bit with Matt at this point, but I don't have great hope that she will actually do it, because, I mean, you're here and it still looks, I mean, to your point, it still looks like that. So if I had all those citations in a letter from an attorney, I'd feel like I'd throw away the trash. So anyway, all right, there's a motion and a second to accept all or move forward all of these liens with the exception of 339 West Ashcroft. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion, one nay. So motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. City manager comments. Thank you for being here, and I'm sorry you had to follow that very long item. We don't have enough of those. We need like Costco size, Shauna. Thank you. Oh my Lord, what is happening?
Mayor,
City manager comments.
I have none.
You have nothing. Council comments. Diane.
All right. Just briefly, 2 great events this past week. One Wednesday was the National Day of Prayer, and we had a number of community members and pastors gather and pray over city leadership, and I just thought that was really fantastic and appreciated them doing that. And then a number of us were on Friday evening in attendance at a celebration for Wawona Frozen Foods and the Smitkamp family, and so just wanted to take an opportunity to say what a fantastic event it was, but specifically what a great opportunity to acknowledge their contributions to this community. So I know others can speak even more on that specifically. But then I also wanted to address another issue, and that is, as my colleagues are aware, the City of Clovis has an administrative policy regarding the display of flags on city property and poles. And I believe our policy is very well written and appropriately reflects what our community supports. This policy allows for 3 flags, and only these 3 flags, the United States flag, State of California flag, and the City of Clovis flag, to fly at city properties. I believe the citizens of Clovis deserve to have this policy not only be public and understood, but to have those on this dais whom they elected be on the record to support this policy. I believe the community benefit of keeping division and politics out of the public square deserves having this policy be council approved. That will take it from being implemented and able to be changed or repealed by the city manager alone to being approved and able to be changed only by a majority of this city's elected representatives. This is also in line with what other jurisdictions, Fresno County and multiple cities, are doing. So I'm asking my colleagues to join me in requesting this item be put on next week's agenda or the soonest feasible agenda to approve the city's flag display policy at the council level.
Thank you. Any thoughts on that?
Respectfully, I think it's better to do it with the city manager as a policy so that we don't open up. We don't have to stand here and have 25 people tell us why they disagree. I think we're inviting a discontention by doing it. That's just my opinion. I think the city manager's policy makes it applicable, and I don't see the need to cause a public row over something like this, but I understand your position, and I don't necessarily disagree with it.
Others?
I don't recall what it says on the bottom of the policy. I want to read it.
Bottom, as
Because
opposed to the top?
Right, because it tells you everything, and then the city council can approve that language. I just wanted to read that.
I don't have it in front of it right now, but it's gonna be that I think it's sort of what, Councilmember Pierce just, read into the record was gonna be that, it can be, amended with, by a majority of council. Correct, Scott?
I think the policy, as I recall it, and I'm not sure what was actually ultimately put in place, so to be honest, if it's council approved, then it would need council approval for any amendment or repeal. If it's city manager issued as now, then it would take council approval to do something with it, but it wouldn't necessarily take council approval to do something. A different city manager could change the policy, if it's only city manager issued policy.
I can read the final part of it, if that's what you're looking for, Vaughn. Okay.
It basically says what you just said. City manager approves it, city manager changes it, council approves it, council amends it. Other thoughts on, adding this to our agenda? I share with Diane, I agree with Drew. I think it's an appropriate administrative policy. I think it keeps the politics out of it. And I'm not interested in adding to the, and I shared this with Diane earlier, I'm not interested in sharing in the fray of the county arguing. I don't want to do any of that. So I think we have a policy. If a citizen has a request, they certainly can make it of any of us or in public comment, and we can address it then. But I think it's fine as is, and don't feel like we need to have a public discussion about it. So that's what I think. Matt, Drew, or Vaughn?
So the city manager can amend by himself then?
Or herself.
Or herself.
Well, it's an administrative policy.
Yeah.
So there's several administrative policies on different matters. So, but yes, the city manager controls the administrative policy unless the council has approved it or directed that it be approved by the council.
Okay. I think if they change it, they should come back to us again,
But not if it's left as an administrative policy.
Yeah.
If we approve it, then we would take responsibility for changing it. As opposed to right now, we don't have that. I just think that, I don't understand why we wouldn't want this policy approved at the level that's accountable to the citizens and could only be changed by those that they elect. I just think that's an important component of this, and that's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, I do like it at the administrative level. I just also like it that if it's changed, it needs to come approved by us. You know, it's not that we need to approve it, but then if it's changed.
I guess I'm also not quite sure why we as the elected representatives wouldn't want to be on the record as being supportive of it, because I believe that this is in the best interest of the community, but also what our community is supportive of.
Matt?
I would just say that the reason for that is I agree with the policy as it is now.
Mm-hmm.
And so because I agree with the policy as it is now, I don't see a need to bring it for a public discussion when obviously we agree with it. Otherwise, we would be asking to change it.
Right. But we would be taking, in a sense, responsibility, taking it to the additional level of council approval. Therefore, council then is responsible for changing or repealing it, where right now we don't have that responsibility over it. So I think it's just making it accountable to the citizens.
So,
yeah, and I would say we could always go back and do that at any time. If
I would
we
rather be preventative.
I think you have three people that are not interested in having it come to the agenda. Do you want to weigh in?
I'm fine with it as it is. I also see what you're saying, Diane. I mean, but, yeah,
What if we just change the last line, that you can amend it, you are the owner of it? John is accountable to the citizens too, because we pick him and he serves them, so the accountability is
I don't think it's quite the same. I think the direct accountability is kind of, I mean, that's part of what I'm here for in a sense. And so I feel that this was something that came up in some community and individual conversations I've had with people, that it's something they would like to see their elected representatives be on the record with and kind of take a stand for. And so that's just what I'm trying to do. I mean, if there isn't council consensus to put this item on an agenda, I'm disappointed by that, and I think the community ultimately will be disappointed by that too.
So we could change the last line that says, should you make any changes, just tell us or ask us, or, you know, I mean, could you just notify us if changes are made to the policy?
Yes, and I promise you, I'm not gonna make any changes to policy.
Yeah. I don't think anybody will be disappointed, because at the end of the day, they want the outcome, and the outcome is 3 flags. That's it. U.S. flag, California flag, City of Clovis flag, end of flag.
But
So,
I think the accountability of the elected representatives being the one in charge of
I hear you.
amending or repealing it at this point would be valuable.
All right, but not today. So I don't think there's consensus to put that on the agenda for future discussion. All right, but thank you for raising that. I started there. Matt? Drew?
The Wamona, event was pretty awesome. You did a very good job, Lynn.
Thank you.
Presenting on behalf of the city. I like how we do the street signs and things like that. And it occurred to me that the next time that we redo these things, maybe we should have a peak.
That would be cute.
My wife told me I have no decorating skills, so I defer to.
Has she seen our flag?
Well, yeah.
Really? And your patch? You got some credibility in the space.
I do.
All right. Thank you. Paul?
So, I also went to the Clovis Day of Prayer. They had, signs of all of our faces and people praying for all of us, all 5 of us, so, and also the administration.
That's sweet.
And then, I think one of the pastors was here this evening with his wife, sitting there, so,
that's nice.
yeah, appreciate him coming out. And then we had a tour of the senior center with, Speaker McCarthy, staff, Blake Zonti, with the mayor, and so thank Amy for showing us around. It's looking very beautiful. Can't wait for it to open. And then on Friday night, I was at Clovis Community College, speech night, and I thank Councilmember Pierce for preparing certificates for all the speakers who were chosen by their teachers to present. And so they're just phenomenal speakers, all different types, very moving. And then I just wanted to give kudos to our mayor for being giving the commencement address for Fresno Pacific University. Excellent job. That arena was packed, and so excellent job.
Thank you. Including Vong's brother. Thank you. It was fun. It was an honor, for sure. Just a couple of items. The meeting with Mayor Dyer is next week. I sent you the Outlook, so someone ought to come because he's inviting their city manager. So it didn't turn out to be a mayor-to-mayor thing. It turned out to be staff. So anyway, you saw that. I want to thank Andy for the fire drill on the street sign for the Smith camps, because if it hadn't been for a text late on Thursday, like, hey, should we put you on the list? Like, yes, to do something. So thank you for the proclamation and the street sign. And I think we talked about the street sign. God love you. That was awesome. And you know me, I have an opinion on everything. Like, did you like this? Well, so anyway, thank you. It was quick, but it was really beautiful. And so thank you so much to your team for doing that. It was wonderful, and I think Bill and his family were so touched by it. So I think as Andy and I chatted at my front door when he was showing up with all this stuff, that as we look at these events, we should probably think a little bit farther ahead, like not the night before. This would have been a good thing to have something. So thank you very much. You made all of us look great. So thank you. Really, it was great. And I did want to just, I think, honor the passing of H. Spies. H. Was a longtime community pastor in the city of Fresno, and while he didn't do much work precisely in Clovis, his work really elevated all of us, and he did so much work around the homeless when it wasn't even a thing. And I first met H when he moved to the Jefferson Lowell neighborhood with his family in like I don't know when, and decided he would raise his family among those he was trying to help, and that is a pretty unique individual. So he lifted all of us, and he will certainly be missed. So just wanted to pay tribute to him. And I think that's it for me. So we will go into closed session. Are we going to take action, Mr. Attorney?
We are not requesting reportable action on any of the three items tonight.
All right.
So no action will need to be reported.
So we will adjourn to closed session and, covering the items on the agenda. Thank you, everybody, for the cough drops. Shauna?